back is like what they have done the first 2 games here, winning.
Sweep the series. They haven't swept a series on the road since August 21st through the 23rd last year in Anaheim when they beat the Angels. That's the Kings Court. They're present whenever Felix Hernandez starts today, and you can see the Blue Jay fans have their jerseys right in the middle, and this is King Felix as he finishes up his warm-up tosses.
This is what's so cool about this ballpark. When you're done finishing your warm-ups, the fans are right there, and he gives them the ball. And how about that kid right there? And his friends giving him the thumbs up, digging it, getting the warm-up pitch from King Felix Hernandez.
Well, the Blue Jay fans have really been welcomed by the Mariner fans throughout this 3-game series. It should be another great afternoon here at the ballpark. And let's take a look at the Blue Jays lineup. 83 and 68, second in the East, but they have a game lead over Baltimore in that first wild card spot. Jose Bautista has done well against Felix Hernandez. In fact, one of those 3 home runs, his 50th home run of the season back in 2010. Kevin Pillar's had a good series. He is 6 for 8 with a walk. Driven in a run, has a couple of stolen bases, and he's scored 2. And the Blue Jays have always been a problem for Felix Hernandez.
It's one of the best that we have seen in his generation. 30 years old now, 23rd start of the season. He's done about everything you can imagine in the game. He's a 6-time All-Star. He was a Cy Young Award winner in 2010. He threw the first perfect game in Mariners history. He's thrown exactly 2,400 innings in his career. Last start, though, hasn't been King Felix-like. Allowed 8 hits, 5 earned runs in just 4 1/3 innings. It was just the 3rd time this season he failed to complete at least 5 innings, and he's had the highest earned run average against the Blue Jays in his career.
Take a look at the defense. It's Aoki in left again, Martin in center, and Seth Smith back in right. He started there in the opener on Monday night. Seager, Marte, Cano, and Lynn, the former Blue Jay at first, doing the catching. Jose Sucre behind the plate for King Felix.
And we will highlight Adam Lind over there at first base. Almost split right down the middle in playing time. This is his 80th start at first base, 93rd game this season at first. He's had a big bat at first base for him.
First pitch from Hernandez is upstairs for a ball. We are underway. It's 17 degrees, a brisk afternoon, first day of autumn. 3:09 for Travis. Popped up back behind home plate, and that'll be over the screen out of play. Devin with a 17-game hit streak that continues to extend his career high. He didn't get a hit until his 3rd at bat yesterday, and that was an RBI base hit.
Dumped that one right down the line, and then his last at bat he set a screamer right at Kyle Seager that he turned into a double play.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Hernandez downstairs. Well, this is a great setting, beautiful ballpark, and it's so accommodating for everybody involved. The players, the broadcasters, the fans. It's a beautiful destination for baseball. Ground ball past Seager. Marte from his knee. What a play. Ketel Marte, the shortstop, did not start in the game yesterday. What a heck of a play he made. Seager went for it, missed it, and Marte was right there to back him up.
You know, once the ball got by Seager, it looked like Devin Travis was going to get himself a base hit. But there's Marte quickly and over to first base to get the out. Watch how quick he gets to the ball, slides, and then fires a strike across the diamond. Picked by Adam Lind. That's an enjoyable play for Felix Hernandez.
Well, what a good start defensively for the Mariners. Takes a hit away from Devin Travis. Josh Donaldson, he went deep last night in the 6th inning. For Donaldson, that was his 35th home run. Finished the ball game 1 for 4. Donaldson has had a lot of experience against King Felix. 36 at bats coming into this game, just 6 hits. Of course, Donaldson's been first part of his career in Oakland with the Athletics. A couple of AL West teams.
Getting after it. Hernandez looks like he wants to get the ball go, doesn't he?
Well, the Mariners are slipping in this postseason race. They came home with a lot of excitement. They had won 8 in a row when they swept the Angels down in Anaheim and came back and lost 2 of 3 to Houston. And there is the King's Court down the left field line.
There must be 2 strikes on the batter. They're always up waving those signs, the big K's, when there's 2 strikes on the opposing batter.
Seattle is 3 games back in the American League wild card race. 3 games doesn't sound like much, but they trail Houston, Detroit, Baltimore, and Toronto for those 2 wild card berths, and they've got a steep hill to climb. Taijuan Walker and Hisashi Iwakuma, the first 2 starters of this game. Breaking ball foul back.
They also take off after this game for their final road trip of the season.
They, like the Blue Jays, have an off day tomorrow. Then they play Minnesota for 3, Houston for 3, and come back home to finish up with a 4-game series against Oakland. Outside. 91 miles an hour, and that's significant. And we've talked about this about Hernandez. His velocity is down.
Yeah, keep an eye on that velocity. 91 miles an hour, that's his fastball. Gone are the days of the 96 and the 97 miles an hour with that fastball.
Breaking ball off the end of the bat. Cano on the shortstop side of second. Another good stretch by Lind at first.
Well, 2 fine defensive plays by the Mariners have bailed out Hernandez here early. Speaking of velocity, let's take a look at the scouting report for Felix Hernandez. Fastball, he throws about 48% of the time, and he's averaging just over 90 miles an hour. The changeup is still a great changeup, and that's at 87. The problem with it, though, is the fastball and the changeup are starting to meld together and become almost one pitch. You don't have the separation like you did when he was younger, where the fastball was 96, 97, and the changeup was 90 miles an hour. And I think that he's getting into problems where he's trying to get back to 93, 94, 95, and he's overthrowing at times and having some fastball command issues.
Hernandez gets ahead of Encarnacion with a strike. There's a changeup, and it's a good one. We talk changeups all the time. Of course, we talk a lot about Marco Estrada's great changeup, but Felix Hernandez's changeup is a little bit different, more kind of like a splitter, but it's a true changeup grip.
For years, everybody thought it was a split finger fastball because it moves so much. Spike that one right there.
I was so unsure of what the pitch was, I went up to him and asked him. I said, show me how you grip the changeup, and it's a circle change grip. He gets a lot of rotation on it, turns it over. It's unlike Estrada's because of that rotation on the changeup.
Marcos is more like a 4-seam type of backspin changeup where he just takes the miles per hour off and it stays true on the line of the strike zone.
High pop on the right side of the infield. Lynn, the first baseman, moves into foul territory and makes the catch. The Blue Jays are retired. A couple good defensive plays in support of Felix Hernandez. Aaron Sanchez will take them out when we come back to Seattle. Well, he spent the last 4 years as the assistant general manager scouting and player development with the Angels, and he's done a nice job in his first season. Let's take a look at the record for the Mariners. They are 7 games over 500, third in the American League West. Seth Smith starting in right field. In his last 12 games, he's hit .333 with 7 extra base hits. Had a 2-homer game on Sunday against Houston. And Nelson Cruz, his last 10 games have been very good, but the Blue Jays have kept him quiet so far in this series. He hasn't had a hit in the first 2 games of this series.
Knock on wood, because he has destroyed the Blue Jays in the past. They get a look at Aaron Sanchez. Aaron makes his 28th start of the season, his first in 10 days. The last time he pitched against Boston, 3 2/3 innings, he gave up 6 earned runs. This is his first career start here at Safeco Field. The mound, he has pitched out of relief in this ballpark. And just sparkling numbers for Sanchez, 13-2.
Nari Aoki takes the first pitch up for a ball. Aoki is in a platoon situation here. Guillermo Heredia played left field in last night's game. Aoki pops this one up behind the bag at second. Tulowitzki out onto the outfield grass, makes the catch. Defensively, the Blue Jays, they've committed 14 errors in 18 games in September. Michael Sanders, Kevin Pillar, and Jose Bautista in the outfield. On the infield, it's Donaldson, Tulowitzki, Travis, and Justin Smoke starting for the 77th time at first base. Russell Martin doing the catching for Aaron Sanchez.
Don Gibbons was talking about that first base situation before the ball game today. He said Double-A needed some time off, so he's DH, and he puts Justin Smoke in. 7 left-handed batters for the Mariners, so he wanted some defense on the right side of the infield, especially all the ground balls that Aaron Sanchez throws. So the former Mariner, Justin Smoke, hoping to do what Michael Saunders did in yesterday's game, homering here.
Seth Smith makes the first pitch strike. There's a breaking ball in there. What are you looking for from Aaron Sanchez to tell you that everything is okay with that blister?
Well, is his curveball consistent? Is his changeup consistent? He says that blister was giving him problems in that last start on his curveball. Nothing wrong with his fastball. There's another one right there. Says he did his treatment in between starts. He did his throwing session. He threw it with a Band-Aid on the other day. He threw a side session, said everything was fine, and now he gets a chance today. All indications are that he was fine.
He throws 3 straight breaking balls to Seth Smith, so it doesn't seem as though he's concerned about that hot spot on that finger to this point. To give you an idea about that blister, if you look at the back of your hand, and it's his right hand, it's the middle finger. The inside of the fingernail, where it pushes up against that skin, that's where that hot spot starts, and it led to a blood blister, and he had to have that drained, and now it's healed. And it was hopeful it stays intact. Strikeout for Sanchez, first to the ball game.
Tried 3 straight breaking balls, and that didn't work, so he said, you know what? Here it comes. Here's my best fastball right here. Let's see what you can do with it. And he blows it right by Seth Smith. First strikeout of the afternoon.
2 up, 2 down for Sanchez to start this bottom of the first. This is Robinson Cano. Cano in his 3rd season with the Mariners. He was 2 for 4 last night. Had a 2-run triple in the 3rd, accounting for the only runs the Mariners put on the board. Cano just 0 for 3 against Sanchez. Aaron's ahead 0-2. So we mentioned the Blue Jays haven't had a 3-game sweep on the road since August of 2015. Cano went after that breaking ball, no call. Down at third, Paul Nart, the third base umpire, saying that Cano checked his swing.
Boy, a good hitter like Robinson Cano checking on a curveball tells me Aaron Sanchez has a good breaking ball this afternoon. That thing is sharp, and it's a late breaker.
Changeup missed in the dirt. Cano signed a 10-year contract to come here and play for the Mariners. He was a free agent. Started his career with the Yankees, of course. Hard to tell where we are. You know, the players really appreciate this, and obviously they get great support at Rogers Center. The home crowd, much like this every single night, but when you go on the road and see this kind of reaction, it's pretty special to the players.
These guys are on the road. They're on vacation. They came down here to see their Blue Jays, and they like what they have seen the first 2 games.
Breaking ball, strike 3. Cano strikes out Aaron Sanchez. He tires the side in order.
Taken over by Blue Jays fans. One area where you do see a lot of Mariner fans is here in Kings Court. Yet I am with Pat, who is from BC. Pat, what are you doing with all these Mariners fans here in Kings Court?
Having a great time. Some of them aren't so happy, but that's life. Go Blue Jays.
Now, are they giving you a bit of a difficult time being here with them?
Oh yeah, it's all in good fun though. At the end of the day, we're all baseball fans, but the good fans are Blue Jay fans.
And you chose to sit here as opposed to with all the fans?
Absolutely.
Guys, that is one of the brave Blue Jays fans sitting out here with all the yellow and all the K's in Kings Court.
Go Blue Jays.
Well, it's a great atmosphere down there just beyond the left field foul pole. And the Kings Court has always been present when he makes those starts there. That one made me laugh right there. How about that maple syrup? No maple syrup for you.
It's like that guy yesterday with the signs that he had getting on the Canadians, but like the Pat said, it's all in good fun.
I tell you what, the Blue Jay fans have been greeted very graciously here in Seattle. Jose Bautista, we mentioned his career numbers against Hernandez, including 3 home runs. Back in September of 2010, Bautista hit a first-inning home run off Hernandez for his 50th home run of the season. That was the only run of the ball game, as the Blue Jays beat Hernandez and the Mariners 1-0. And it was about this time of the year. It was September 23rd at Rogers Center.
Oh, I remember it like it was yesterday. This is 50. That was also the year that he won the Cy Young. But the Blue Jays beat him that afternoon, 1-0, thanks to Jose.
0-2. Curveball. We're going to watch Hernandez. It is a different Felix Hernandez than we saw in 2010. He doesn't have that same velocity on his fastball, and he'll use curveballs, and he'll throw a few more sliders, just trying to stay away from challenging hitters with that fastball.
You know, and through all of that, he's still 11-6 with a .379 earned run average coming into this ball game. Doesn't have the big strikeout numbers like we have seen in the past. He had only struck out 112 batters this year, but he's given up 18 home runs.
Bautista drives this to left. Aoki is right there, and he makes the play. Well, we mentioned whenever Hernandez starts, King's Court is here. And another tradition is the chef brings down a couple of turkey legs for the fans in the King's Court. And that youngster right there got a nice big hot one, and he didn't waste any time munching down on it.
You might have to share that thing. That's almost as big as you are.
And now he's going to get the cap as well. That's awesome. What a great atmosphere. And that youngster, he is having a good time at the old ballpark. Russell Martin, he hit a milestone home run in last night's game. A 2-run home run was his 20th of the season. Gives him back-to-back 20 home run seasons for the first time in his career. We were talking with John Gibbons in his office prior to the game today, and he was talking about Russell, what a slow start he got off to, but sure enough, here it is. The leaves are turning brown and Russell's numbers have come around.
I can't recall how many times he said it, but it had to be 10, 15 times. He kept saying, don't worry. This is back in April, about my veterans. By September, you know the whole thing's going to even out. They're going to have their 20 home runs. They're going to have the numbers pretty close to their career numbers. Just look at their baseball card. And sure enough, Russell Martin right there. 20 home runs and 73 runs driven in for Russell. It seems like the bulk of them since August 1st.
Last year in his first season with the Blue Jays, he had 23 home runs with 77 RBIs. And at the start of the season, no one expected he would get close to those numbers here this year. For Russell, his career high in RBIs came in his second season with the Dodgers. He drove in 87 runs in 2007. Full count. Hernandez to Russell Martin. There's a curveball. Martin takes ball 4. A 1-out walk here in the second.
That's interesting. 3-2 breaking ball. You don't see that a lot from Felix Hernandez, but again, he's a different type of pitcher now. He doesn't just rear back and throw it by you.
Troy Tulowitzki just 4 for 24 on this road trip. He goes on down the right side and fouls in the seats. And again, John Gibbons was talking about Tulowitzki's road trip. Says he has really hit the ball well throughout the 6 games on this road trip. Just hasn't had much luck.
Yeah, 4 for 24. But if you count up the line drives and hard hit balls, it's probably like 12 for 24. He just has not been able to find a hole yet. Find some space into that outfield with the baseball. The way he's swinging now, I like where he's at right now. Hitting the ball from foul line to foul line.
With authority. Tulo had a leadoff double in the 4th inning Monday night. He came around to score on the Pilar base hit to right. Then in last night's big inning in the 4th, Tulowitzki had a single to left. He came in to score. Tulowitzki scored the 3rd run of that 8-run inning.
Scored ahead of the Michael Saunders home run.
Russell Martin doesn't have a lot of stolen bases, just 2, but he got one here as the Blue Jays ran wild on Monday night. They had 4 stolen bases in that ball game. That's the highest stolen base total they've had in a game this season. Off-speed pitch. Again, Pat, you mentioned, I thought you did a great job of describing why Hernandez is having trouble with that fastball and changeup combination, and that was always his bread and butter.
Yeah, the fastball was in the high 90s, and then the changeup was in the high 80s to low 90s. There was great separation in terms of mile per hour. You'd have to gear yourself up for that fastball, and then he dropped that changeup on you. Now they've almost melded together to almost the same speed.
Tulowitzki strikes out. That's the first strikeout for Hernandez. So Michael Saunders will come to the plate, and last night he stepped to the plate after he struck out in the third. He's got a man aboard in the fourth.
Don't you know that he had a little smile on his face as that ball left the ballpark. Spent a few years here with the Seattle Mariners, and it's always nice to come back to your former home park against your former team and do something dramatic like that. Hit a big home run. He said it did feel pretty good to be able to get into that home run trot early.
Michael spent 6 seasons with the Mariners. Came up for the first time in 2009. This is his second year with the Blue Jays. Of course, last year was a lost season for him as he injured his knee prior to the start of spring training. Here's another slow breaking ball. Hernandez has always thrown 2 fastballs, a fastball 4-seamer and a 2-seamer. Curveball, slider, and a great changeup, but the velocity on all of his pitches has dropped down dramatically.
Houston got him early last start. He only lasted 4 1/3 innings. He was charged with 8 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. Third time this year they failed to complete at least 5 innings. Problem with that is 2 of those have come in his last 4 starts. Once against the Texas Rangers and the other one against that Houston Astros team in his last start. Right there you see it, 3 walks and just 3 strikeouts.
Of course, it came at a bad time for the Mariners. Their ace unable to continue that winning streak and keep the things rolling for Seattle. They had that 8-game win streak and got them back into the wild card picture.
He's always been a guy who strikes out a lot of batters. But it's down this year again. Just 112 coming into this start in 137 innings. Of course, he was the 4th pitcher recording the most strikeouts, 4th most by a pitcher before turning 30 years old. He turned 30 in April this year. He had 2,148 strikeouts before he turned 30 years old.
He's had 6 seasons in which he has struck out 200 or more batters. Three and 2. There goes Martin with 2 outs, and he'll go back to first on the foul. Hernandez is going to have his streak of consecutive seasons of 200 innings or more snapped this season. He's had 8 straight years pitching more than 200 innings. And as Pat mentioned earlier, coming into this game, he had 2,400 innings on the nose.
Part of the problem was he spent a lot of time on the disabled list. Almost 6 weeks on the disabled list with a strained right calf.
Breaking ball, foul. You know what, and you talk about being on the disabled list mid-season. You come back, and obviously it's going to take you more time to build up your stamina, build up your command. So it's been kind of a disappointing season for him. Just the lack of starts. This is just his 23rd start of the season.
Missed 43 games while he was on the disabled list, and they were 9 games under 500, the Mariners, while he was gone.
There goes Martin again, and Saunders strikes out. A couple of strikeouts in the inning for Hernandez. Go to the bottom of the second here in Seattle. No score.
He looks to knock off Anze Kopitar and Team Europe. That game goes tonight at 7:30 Eastern. And hey, we want to give this shout out to Stefan and his grandfather Dan. They're taking in today's game. Stefan is from Manitoba. He brought Dan here to celebrate his 93rd birthday. Dan is seeing the Blue Jays live, believe it or not, for the first time ever this week. All kinds of families here in Seattle. It's been a great few days, and what a great story, guys, to have a guy in his 93rd year celebrating his birthday, watching the Jays live for the first time.
Barry, that's the beauty of baseball. You can bring your children here, you can bring your spouse, you can bring your uncles and grandpas, and everybody can bond watching a great baseball game. That's the beauty of it. There are no time frames on the fan base for a baseball game, that's for sure. We mentioned Paul Quantrill's grandma, Vivian, over 100, still watching the Blue Jays play and keeping track of her grandson.
We get that all the time, don't we? People, huge Blue Jay fans. Scott Carson's mom, huge baseball fan, and she watches every day.
Nelson Cruz with a 1-1 count. Upstairs, ball 2. And Sanchez retired the side in order in the first inning with a couple of strikeouts.
This guy's a primo power hitter at the plate. Nelson Cruz, he's had some big games against the Blue Jays in his career. And he and David Ortiz, the only players to hit 35 home runs in the major leagues the last 3 seasons.
Cruz is part of a core of players they have signed to multi-year contracts. He is signed through 2018. High fly ball. Bautista moving over toward the right field foul line, and that wind blew it right down into the corner. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. He's got an update for us. How about that National League wild card race? 3 teams with exactly the same record. The Mets have hung in there. Giants and Cardinals all starting action at 80 and 71. 3 teams tied for the 2 wild card spots.
I know there's some great managers in the National League, but the job that Terry Collins has been doing in New York, the problems that the Mets have had physically, and he's got them right there, chance to go back to the playoffs. He'd get my vote.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable with all of the injuries they've had. Of course, they just found out they lost Jacob deGrom for the season. He's going to have his ulnar nerve transferred, moved around a little bit. That's a 3-month recovery.
But they're right there, chance to get back to the playoffs, and that pressure cooker of New York.
0-2 to Kyle Seager. Reaches for that outside fastball. Donaldson takes his time, throws out his counterpart 2 away. Well, we mentioned on Monday what a big start it was for Marco Estrada, and he stepped up. And now I think it's the same importance for Aaron Sanchez physically more than anything. He's pitching for the first time in 10 days after he left his last start against Boston with a blister issue. And you know, that just keep your fingers crossed that that blister will not be an issue today, because I think if it is, then you're looking at a significant setback for Sanchez.
And the Blue Jays in particular, because they've done a really good job of negotiating his innings, if you will, and then setting him up to pitch these very important games the last 2 weeks of the season. This one right here against Seattle on the road. He is then scheduled to face Baltimore in game 1 against the Orioles when they come to town, the second last series of the season. And then he's scheduled for the last game of the season, in case that means something for the Blue Jays in Fenway Park versus the Boston Red Sox. So the Jays have done a good job of negotiating where they want Sanchez to pitch and to slow down his innings. Don't want that thing to be set back by a blister issue in that finger, so we'll see.
Ball and a strike to Adam Lynn, and he lifts a high fly ball down the left side. Michael Saunders will watch it drift back into the seats out of play. Well, the problem is with Sanchez, if it happens to flare up again, you just don't have time to let it heal. He's been shut down for 10 days. He threw, but he threw with a Band-Aid on his finger when he threw his last side session.
That was the biggest thing that they were telling me today is rest. The 10 days of rest to get that thing healed was the most important thing.
So little looper, and that's going to drop over the glove of Donaldson. Lynn fights it off, and it's a bloop single in the left with 2 outs here in the second.
Well, you can't guard everywhere on the diamond. They got him pulled around, and he crosses up the defense by inside outing that hanging curveball and just drops it just out of the reach of Josh Donaldson.
Well, Lynn becomes the first base runner for the Mariners this afternoon. Leonis Martin, the center fielder. Martin had a rough night last night, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Made a home run on Monday. That was against Roberto Osuna, counting for the only 2 runs as the Blue Jays won the opener 3-2.
He had a rough night before that home run too on Monday night. Had a couple of punch outs against Marco, a walk, and then the home run, and then 3 more against Jay Happ yesterday.
Late on that fastball. Many of these Mariner hitters facing Sanchez for the first time.
One of the things the Mariners wanted to do was to get a little bit more team speed, a little bit more contact into their offensive game, and it's worked out for them. Still have a lot of power, especially in the middle of that lineup.
Curveball pulled foul. Boy, his pitches look good so far today. He's had a nice bite on his curveball. He's had good command of his fastball, and he's already thrown a changeup or 2.
And I'm watching him to see if he looks down at that finger as he walks off the mound. He does that all the time. When he walks behind the mound, he says he gathers himself. He likes to take a deep breath, just try to slow things down. I'm watching to see if he's looking at his finger. So far, he hasn't. That's always a good sign.
Ground ball, Trout is positioned perfectly. Goes to first, and that's the inning. Layton gets a bloop 2-out base hit. The Mariners leave a runner. Will go to the third. Still no score here on a beautiful afternoon in Seattle.
Time to log on and earn yourself some points simply for watching today's broadcast. Your code today is MBJ7271. Entry box can be found on your My Blue Jays homepage. Code must be entered by 4 a.m. Eastern tonight. And if you're walking around the streets of Seattle, you may have seen some of your Blue Jays overnight. Last night, as part of the rookie initiation, all the rookies were asked to put on their full uniform, hat, glove, everything, and walk from Safeco Field back to the team's hotel, pretty much mingling with the fans. fans as they made their way. Guys, that's about a, what, 40-minute walk back to the hotel, too?
Yeah, it sure is, and it's really interesting, too. But I bet you they didn't get recognized as much people might think, because there were a lot of fans that came dressed up as Blue Jay players.
We saw them walking around after the ball game yesterday. There was almost a photo autograph session in the lobby last night after the team got back when those players walked in. The fans would pack the lobby, and they were snapping pictures, and you get to stand with the guys in their uniform.
Pretty good atmosphere, that's for sure. This is Justin Smoke getting the start at first base. Hernandez falls behind 2-0.
Well, he's always a threat to knock the ball out of the ballpark. Got 14 home runs in just 291 at bats.
There's a strike. It's 2-1. Going to get through the shift all the way into right. Smoke is making a turn. He'll stop at first as Smith retrieves it and gets it back in.
Swing for the fences and save during the DIY Expert Sale. Only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center.
Well, John Gibbons gave Michael Saunders the start here at Safeco Field last night, and he had a home run. Here, Smoke gets his start against his former team, and he gets a base hit in his first at bat.
Gets the ball through the right side of the infield with 3 infielders over there. He had thoughts of trying to turn that into 2, and Seth Smith ran it down quickly.
Kevin Pillar's had quite a series here in Seattle. He's had 6 hits in the first 2 games of this 3-game series. It's really interesting when you look at the defense against Pillar on the infield. You kind of get surprised because it's almost straight away. They play so many shifts nowadays, you almost expect everybody to play in a shift, but this is about as straight away as we have seen any defense against Pillar.
Well, just take a look at where his hits have gone in this series. He doubled down the left field line last night. He also had an RBI single to right field here on Monday night. He also had a couple of hits to center field. He's blooped some balls into right field.
Hits this one hard, but right to the shortstop. Marte to Cano. Perlin. A hot shot right to the shortstop. An easy double play turned by Seattle.
That's what you call tailor-made double play. A step or 2 for the shortstop right to him, and get the ball to Cano, and he'll do the rest.
Yeah, there's no urgency whatsoever when it's so sharply hit right at a middle infielder. So now there are 2 away. We turn the lineup over. Here's Devin Travis. He was retired on a terrific defensive play by Ketel Marte, the shortstop. He had a ground ball in the hole past Seager. Marte went to a knee, backhanded it, sprung to his feet, and threw him out. One and one to Devin Travis. Slow curveball. We've seen a lot of those early on from Hernandez.
We've seen a lot of those to Devin Travis too. Teams are starting to try to take away some of that thunder out of that bat by neutralizing it by throwing him slow curveballs.
Two strikes. Curveball bounced foul past Seager.
Gets a lot of his strikeouts off of the changeup. In fact, that still has been his best pitch. batters this year against Felix Hernandez changeup, they're only hitting 173. So you always have to have that in the back of your mind if you're hitting.
There's the changeup, fouled off by Travis. Pushed him back with that fastball. Hernandez came up as a 19-year-old in 2005. Made 12 starts to finish up that season. He's never thrown an inning in relief in his big league career. Pulled right to the third baseman Seager. Across the diamond, the Blue Jays get a leadoff single. Pilar bounces into a double play, and Hernandez is through 3 innings. Winner last night, but you look at the starters ERA. Aaron Sanchez with a 3.17 earned run average is the leader of this rotation in ERA.
There they are at 3.17. In fact, Aaron's ERA has gone up his last 3 starts. It was under 3, and it's now sitting at 3.17. Happ, Estrada, Dickey, and Stroman have been outstanding this year for the Blue Jays. That's what has carried this team this whole season.
Jay Happ winning 20 games for the first time in his career. Accomplishing that in his 10th season in the majors. Terrific season for Jay Happ. The only person to reach 20 wins for a season the first time in his 10th season or later in the Blue Jays franchise history was David Wells. David Wells won 20 games for Toronto in 2000. It was his 14th season in the majors.
His first and only 20-win season.
This is the catcher, Jesus Sucre. Just catching for the 6th time. Just called up. He is September call-up. Lines this one down the right field line. That is a fair ball into the corner. Bautista goes in and digs it out, but Sucre will get to second base with his first extra base hit of the season.
How many times have you seen it? The manager puts in a guy, a little used guy, but he's got major league experience, hoping for something to happen. In his first at bat, that thing happens. High fastball, inside outs that ball to right field, extra bases as Bautista runs it down. Second hit of the afternoon for the Mariners, a leadoff double.
Sucre, this is his 4th year with the Mariners. He has had limited action in 4 different seasons. That was his 9th career double. Ketel Marte, Blue Jays looking for a bunt here. Not showing signs of bunting. Donaldson and Smoke in at the corners. Donaldson giving instructions to his infield mates. But it didn't look as though Marte's thinking about bunting.
Didn't look like it. The corners are going to stay in too. I think he might bunt away. No, swinging away.
Sanchez misses ball 2 upstairs.
Josh is the guy who gives the signs, the third baseman. Something subtle. You know, he might go to the bill of his hat for a sign, or a lot of times you touch your nose, your ear, your chin, something like that that gives the signs. Third baseman telling the infielders where to go in case they do bunt it.
Marte is late on that fastball. It's now 2-1. The Mariners, much like the Blue Jays, don't bunt very often. For the season, they have 20 sacrifice punts. They've hit 207 home runs. So Scott Service, much like John Gibbons, not really asking his players to bunt that often. Both teams with just 20 sacrifice bunts.
They might want to start in, and then as the pitch is on its way, maybe back up a little bit.
Now they squared a bunt, and that's fouled off Russell Martin. Marte really didn't get committed to that bunt. He just kind of stuck the bat out there. And now there are 2 strikes, and you kind of think that they will take the bunt off here.
They'll back up now.
Sucre at second with the leadoff double. Number 9 hitter Ketel Marte, the shortstop. Curveball, he pulls it foul. The way the hitters are reacting to Sanchez's curveball, it tells me he's got a pretty good one today.
It's biting. When you can strike out a good player like Robinson Cano on a good curveball, breaking ball, you know you've got a good one. That one was pretty good, but it was spoiled by Marte. These are the kind of hitters that you gotta throw good curveballs to get them. If you try to slip fastballs by them, they just shoot the ball the other way.
Good fastball from Sanchez at 96. He strikes out Marte. Third strikeout for Aaron.
Unless you could throw 96, 97 and go upstairs with it. Boom, right there. That's what he needed. He needed a strikeout so that leadoff double doesn't advance.
That'll turn the lineup over back to the top of the order. Noriaki, the left fielder. He popped out to the shortstop in the first inning.
The outfield doesn't have to play real deep with Aoki. There's not a lot of speed at second base. That's Michael Saunders in left field, anticipating the ball hit to him.
Donaldson guarding against the bunt. And Sanchez throws the first pitch strike. Aoki spent some time in AAA with Tacoma. Played in 24 games over 2 stints. One in late July and then went down for a short period of time, the 29th of August. Boy, that was a nice curveball. Very patient with his delivery. Didn't force the break. He just allowed it to happen.
And he gets the call. You were talking about Aoki being down in the minor leagues. Since he's been called up, he's been swinging a hot bat for the Mariners.
333, 5 for 15 in short stints. Hits that one into center field, and Sucre had to hold up. Pilar dropped the ball. Now they got a shot at second, and they don't get Aoki, but it came off the bag. Sucre running from second had to make sure that ball was down safely, and Pilar had a shot at throwing him out, but then he dropped the ball.
He went to pick the ball up with his bare hand for some reason. In the outfield, ball's rolling on the grass. You got to go with your glove and pick it up. Here's the soft single. Told you it doesn't have a lot of power. That's a good two-strike approach, and it goes into center field. He goes to pick it up with his bare hand and then drops the ball. And then as he lobs it back in, Aoki's going to try and take advantage of that and move up. There's the runner holding up Sucre, and he doesn't run all that well, so they still had a shot. But after the ball was bobbled, he will score. And then Aoki alertly gets into scoring position.
And then he came off the bag after he slid into second and kind of took his hand away from Tulowitzki, and he's able to get back on the bag before Tulo could tag him out. So Seattle takes a 1-0 lead. RBI number 24 for Aoki.
Well, they had him at second base. I think Aoki was expecting the ball to be thrown home. But the throw comes to second base, and he's out. He's on, he's off, and he gets into the back door before Tulo can tag him.
So Seth Smith, the batter. Sanchez is behind Smith 1-0. Seattle with a 1-0 lead here in the third. Now it's 3-0. Cano, the number 3 hitter, is on deck. Sucre started the inning with an opposite field double down the right field line. He comes in to score on the double by Aoki. Strike one. 3-1 now.
He's got 16 home runs for Smith, 12 of them here at Safeco Field. So be careful. He'll get his share of fastballs hitting in front of Robinson Cano.
We have just heard over the intercom that the scoring change has been made on Aoki's double. Originally ruled a double, but Pilar dropped the ball, so he will be charged with an error. It will be his 5th error of the season, and the Blue Jays continue to commit errors in September. 15 errors in 19 games now. Coming into this game, they had allowed 11 unearned runs to come in to score in September, and the defense has been kind of shaky in September.
Yeah, John Gibbons knows that, and says his guys just need to slow down at times, try to make plays that weren't really there. I mean, like that last error right there. Glove the ball, come up throwing, make a good throw. Just bobbled the ball, trying to pick it up with his bare hand.
Full count to Seth Smith. He walks him. First walk issued by Sanchez.
A lot has changed in 40 years, but one thing hasn't. Honda, proud fan since 1977, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Another great crowd here at Rogers Center. Sounds like Rogers Center.
It sounds like Rogers Center.
Safeco Field in Seattle. Dane Johnson, the acting pitching coach, out to have a chat with Aaron Sanchez. The entire infield converging on the mound to hear what he had to say. So the double play ball, that's what the Blue Jays are looking for right here. Robinson Cano struck out on a curveball down and in his first time up.
And after the walk and the visit from the pitcher, you know what Robinson Cano is looking for. He's looking for that first pitch fastball out over the plate.
Fastball was off the plate away. Ground ball right to Donaldson. He can't make the play initially. Goes to first to retire Cano, and there's another play. It won't go in the books as an error, but that was a perfect double play ball. You can see Donaldson shaking his head. Neither team got on the field today. They didn't take batting practice, and because of that, they didn't field any ground balls. But Donaldson knocks it down, stays with it. He's able to get Cano at first, but the runners move up.
Yeah, he comes up with that cleanly. And that's a double play ball because it's a two-hopper at him. Knocks it down alertly and gets an out over at first base. But he'd be the first to tell you that that's a play that he could make.
So now there are two runners in scoring position, but two outs for Seattle. Their cleanup hitter, Nelson Cruz. You keep tempting fate, giving Cruz opportunities to drive in runs. Sooner or later, he's going to catch up to you.
Some of his best games as a major leaguer has come against the Blue Jays.
He's had 4 games in which he's had 7 or more RBIs in his career, 3 of those against the Blue Jays. This is hard down the right side, but well found. He's had 2 8 RBI games against the Blue Jays and a 7 RBI game against the Jays, and that came earlier this season. July 23rd at Rogers Center. He had a grand slam and a 3-run home run.
He's also had a big game when he was with the Texas Rangers. He's got tremendous power the other way.
1-1 count on Nelson Cruz.
We were also here last year, if you remember that extra inning game where he hit a walk-off home run deep to left center field.
That was off of Bull Schultz as Cruz won the game. They mentioned his last 11 games. He's been swinging the bat well, 12 for 36, and some damage. Curveball. Had to bail out in a hurry. This is why this part of the lineup is so effective for Seattle. You got the lefty Cano with 33 home runs, the righty Cruz with 37, and then Kyle Seager on deck with 29.
He's a lefty. It's tough to get through it, and they're good hitters too. They're not 220, 240 hitters with some power. They're right around 280 to 300, so they're good hitters.
Gets away from Martin, and Aoki thought about it. It's ball 4 to Cruz. Aoki dives in safely at third. Cruz takes the second walk of the inning, and that loads the bases for Seager.
One more time. Fastball gets away. They wanted to go down and away, up and in. He's calling him to come on down, but Russell Martin's on top of that one too quickly. He cannot advance.
So Seattle has already scored a run here in the third, and they're threatening to build on that lead. Bases are loaded. 2 outs for Kyle Seager. Seager grounded out to third his first time up. Sanchez gets ahead with a fastball. This is a tough spot for Aaron Sanchez early in this game.
He can bury that fastball at 97 on the outside corner. You got to be careful with Seager. He is one off his career high in RBIs. He's driven in 95 runs this year.
Just off the plate, a ball and a strike. The Mariners have hit 5 grand slams this season. Kyle Seager has 3, none coming this year. Smith's hit 2. Cano, Cruz, and Lind all have a grand slam to their credit. Sanchez beats him with the fastball.
They've got some power in this lineup. They've got 6 players with 15 or more home runs this season. The next one for Kyle Seager would be 30. That would give them 3 players with 30 home runs on the team. Aaron taking a lot of time in between pitches.
Seager is a career 300 hitter against the Blue Jays. He has touched them up for 7 home runs. Curveball, he wouldn't chase. He tried to set up that curveball with all those pitches up and away. Now it's 2-2. This all started when the number 8 hitter Jesus Sucre led off the inning with a double. His first extra base hit of the season. That was in his 17th at bat of the season. Now it's a full count. With 2 outs, the base runners will be moving on the pitch. Aoki, an RBI single. He's now at third. Seth Smith walked with 1 out, and Cruz walked with 2 outs. They'll all be running on the pitch. Kyle Seager at the plate. To the mound, Sanchez throws quickly to Smoke, and the Mariners leave the bases loaded, but Nori Aoki with an RBI single has put Seattle on top 1-0.
Season are now available. With your membership, you will get access to ticket, member exclusive events, and enrollment into the My Blue Jays member program. You hear us talking about that every night. Visit bluejays.com/season tickets for more details. Lots of Blue Jays fans, lots of great signs here on a beautiful day at Safeco Field, guys.
It is a great baseball afternoon for sure, and the Blue Jay fans want to see their ball club sweep the Mariners here. Later on tonight, the Orioles and the Red Sox will play in Baltimore. Clay Buchholz will start for the Red Sox against Ubaldo Jimenez. New York and Tampa Bay in St. Petersburg. Tanaka against Cobb.
New York beat Tampa yesterday. So Yankees stopped that losing streak. That's who the Blue Jays will face when they get back to Rogers Center.
4-game series. It starts Friday as the Blue Jays have Thursday off. Gary Sanchez hit another 3-run home run against the Rays on Tuesday. His 17th homer of the season, and they've all come since August 10th. Donaldson shoots this one into right. It's going to drop. Seth Smith over to cut it off. He bobbles it, and Donaldson will take advantage of that momentary bobble and ends up at second. Smith, a left-handed thrower, tried to field it backhanded and didn't come up with it cleanly, and Donaldson took advantage of that.
You know, it doesn't take much. You know, they were facing and playing him into the gap in right center field, and when he slices the ball down the right field line, all it takes is a momentary glance off of the glove, and Josh Donaldson is going to move up. Here it is. Tries to backhand it. He doesn't get down enough, and that's all that Josh needed, as he was smelling double as soon as he hit this one. Plays right in front of him. You can see he's got his eye right on that outfielder the whole time, and he makes it easily.
Donaldson with the leadoff double. That's his 30th double of the season. He has 5 triples, 35 home runs. And that has sparked the Blue Jay fans here.
Well, this was the inning yesterday that the Blue Jays got it rolling. They got 7 straight hits in that inning.
See, kind of showed almost laughing at himself because it didn't appear to be that close. He just lost his balance.
Lost his balance, and it was a changeup. Up and in. You can see the catcher getting ready. Change up. He bends back and then loses his footing.
Well, this is the second time through the order. Blue Jays are always pretty good when they face a pitcher for the second time, and obviously today they have recognized that Hernandez doesn't have a very good fastball.
Lots of slow curveballs. First time through the lineup this afternoon.
Edwin with a home run last night in the 8th inning. That was his 42nd home run of his career. That ties his career high. He also hit 42 home runs in 2012. Right up the middle. That's off Hernandez, and Cano is there. He will throw out Encarnacion, and Hernandez got hit flush on his foot. He's limping around the mound.
That's twice that Edwin has hit the starting pitcher for the Seattle Mariners in this series. He got Taijuan Walker in his first at bat here on Monday. I remember Hernandez spent some time on the disabled list this year. Off-speed pitch, and that got him right on the left foot. Spent some time on the DL with the right calf injury. Here's that at-bat I was talking about, the first at-bat of the series for Edwin, right off the wrist of Taijuan Walker. And I'll tell you what, Felix Hernandez is feeling it.
Yeah, he sure is, and they got to make sure he's okay. And you can see the bullpen. That's Evan Scribner down there in the bullpen loosening up just in case. But obviously very concerned about any pitcher that gets hit on the mound. You want to make sure he doesn't alter his delivery, and they're going to have him throw a pitch or two here. Rick Griffin, the longtime Mariners athletic trainer, out to keep an eye on him, along with the pitching coach and the manager. Hernandez's injury early in the season was a strained right calf, which was a leg injury.
This one looked like it's his left leg, the landing leg. Like he's saying he's okay.
But how about Encarnacion, the bad luck he has? That ball bounced right to Cano, and Robbie was quick to unload and threw out Edwin. So Donaldson's at third base. The Blue Jays trail 1-0. Jose Bautista will look at the infield. It's drawn in at the edge of the grass. Bautista 8 for 26 against Hernandez for his career with 3 home runs. Jose was 2 for 5 in the game last night.
Looks like the left side of the infield is going to take a couple of steps back after that first pitch and that first swing by Jose.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. If Bautista hits it hard on the ground, it'll get to those infielders quickly. You give yourself a little more range by backing up, and they could still have a play at the plate.
Somewhat surprised it's only the 4th inning that the infield was all the way in on that first pitch.
Breaking ball blocked by the catcher. Blue Jays trying to cash in that runner from third, less than 2 outs. Ground ball. Donaldson has to hold his ground. Bautista grounds out to third. So now it'll be up to Russell Martin to drive home Donaldson with 2 outs.
Josh was making that one get through. He was taking an aggressive secondary lead, acting like he was going to try and run that contact play, but he was making it get through the whole time. Now with the infield back, you can get a little bit more aggressive at third base in case there's a short wild pitch.
Martin goes after the first pitch breaking ball.
If he spikes one of those changeups in the dirt, you got to be ready to score.
Russell batting .309 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. He's been clutch, especially in the second half. There's that ball in the dirt. Now throw to third. Donaldson back in safely with the slide.
Was he ever aggressive? I mean, that's what he was thinking about, spiking one of those changeups in the dirt, and I'm going to try and score on a short one. Watch him at third base. In the dirt, here he comes, and then recognizes the ball's not out of that dirt area, and he's got to hustle back. If that thing got outside of the dirt area and got onto the grass, I think he was going to score. And that's the mindset that you have to have.
Martin walked on a 3-2 curveball in the second inning. Pulled off that pitch. One and 2 to Martin in the Kings court, holding up those K's. With the fastball, 92, best fastball he's thrown so far today.
Yeah, he's just going to show you that fastball. He's going to try and get you out with those off-speed pitches. The curveball or the changeup, those are his 2 best pitches in terms of batting average against.
Full count once again to Martin. Last time up with a full count, he got a curveball. Troy Tulowitzki will bat if Martin can reach base. Ground ball. Seager at third, ranging to his left. Hernandez does a good job of working out of that jam. Josh Donaldson hit a leadoff double, but he's stranded at third.
WestJet. Doesn't that sound like a good time? Well, you know it does. And for low WestJet fares and daily flights, you know you can book your getaway today at WestJet.com or call your travel agent. The Parrot is in the house, and so are Buck Martinez and Pat Tabler.
Thank you, Barrett. We are indeed, along with a lot of Blue Jay fans here in Seattle, and they have quite a turnout, and it's been that way all three games. Right now, the Blue Jays trail 1-0. Nori Aoki has driven in the only run of this ball game. Blue Jays got a leadoff double from Josh Donaldson and couldn't cash it in. The Mariners got a leadoff double from Jesus Sucre, and they knocked him in with that Aoki single.
A couple of other walks in that inning. Bases were loaded, and then Aaron Sanchez got out of that with the comebacker by Seager. Now let's see if he can have a quick inning here. A lot of pitches in that last inning.
Adam Lynn got the first hit off of Sanchez, a two-out bloop single in the second. And that ball is up out of the zone off the glove of Martin. It's 2 balls and no strikes. He finds the outside corner with that fastball. Now it's 2-2.
A lot of time in between pitches for Aaron Sanchez. I don't know if that's because the blister might be coming back or he needs to gather himself. Again, he hasn't pitched for about 10 days. That's Ari Dickey out in the bullpen. He is available out of the pen this afternoon.
Sanchez misses again up. Body's out in front of his arm a little bit, and it's dragging, and that's why that ball continues to stay up in the zone. No problem with his velocity. He looks right on time at 96.
Lynn got a base hit on a high breaking ball. Just blooped it in the left field last time. Like he's feeding him fastballs now. One more time off the mound to gather his thoughts.
And can't catch up to that high heater. 3-2, and leading off the fourth. Sanchez again will take a walk behind the mound to regroup. Leonis Martin, the center fielder, will bat next. Then takes ball four. Third walk of the ball game issued by Sanchez.
The all-new 2017 Ridgeline, our newest vehicle and their newest fan. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
We are in Seattle, Washington. The Blue Jays will head home after this ball game, have an off day Thursday before they open up against the Yankees, a 4-game series that begins Friday night at Rogers Center. Final homestand of the season. This is Leonis Martin. He hits it on the ground. This should be two. Tulowitzki steps on second, throws to first. It is a double play.
We saw one of those earlier off the bat of the Blue Jays. Taylor-made double play, and Tulo says, I'm going to take this one all by myself. If you can eliminate that extra toss in there, if the shortstop's momentum is taking him to the bag, go ahead and take it yourself. And Tulo does that as well as anybody.
So Jesus Sucre will step to the plate with 2 outs. He has scored the only run of this ball game. Picked up his first extra base hit of the season. He was just called up in September. Curveball fooled him. Sucre is from Venezuela. You can see he's got a little smile on his face. Said, "Oh, that surprised me. Thought it was a fastball." And they come right back with it again. And Jerry Meo's down at first. The crew chief of this umpiring crew said no swing.
I think he was laughing because he knows he can't hit it. That thing was breaking. He also might have got away with one right there. That check swing, half the Blue Jays were on their way back into the dugout. They thought that was strike 3.
Sucre has another base hit. That high fastball he stayed on and just drove it into right. He's 2 for 2. Both of his hits going to right.
Both of them off fastballs, high fastballs. One more time. Stick a guy in there. Hope he does something for you offensively. He's scored a run. He's got a second hit.
Sucre has spent parts of the last 4 seasons with the Mariners. This is his 87th big league game. Ketel Marte struck out after Sucre doubled in the 3rd. Fly ball. Michael Saunders dealing with the sun. He sees it and makes the catch. That ends the inning. So the Blue Jays are done in the 4th, and they'll come to bat here in the 5th, trailing 1-0. Now time for a Blue Jay Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in Samsung Broadcast Studio. by WestJet. After this game, the Blue Jays will head home, enjoy an off day tomorrow before inviting in the New York Yankees for a 4-game series. It goes Sunday through Monday. And then the Baltimore Orioles. That'll be the last home series of the regular season for the Blue Jays before they head out on the road, play 3 at Fenway against the Red Sox.
Win this one, that's what you're hoping for. Then you got the Yankees at home, and you can put away them, I think, for the season. Then you got the Baltimore Orioles, and you can put them away before you head to Fenway Park. So it's all right there for the Blue Jays. They can take care of their own business before they end the season in Boston.
For the Blue Jays, trailing by a run, it'll be Tulowitzki, Saunders, and Smoke to face Felix Hernandez to start the 5th. Tulowitzki's been aggressive throughout this entire road trip, oftentimes swinging at the first pitch.
He looks dangerous to me. He's hit fastballs, curveballs, changeups. He's hit just about everything.
Little tapper back toward the mound, barehanded by Hernandez. Nice play. Remember, Hernandez got hit on the comebacker on the foot earlier in this game. That was back last inning.
Yeah, he gets off the mound, but he's still limping around out there. One more time, throws the pitch. He's got a break to his right, plant, and then throw, and then watch him walk around the mound like it's still bothering him.
Taijuan Walker, the starter in the game on Monday night, had a couple of tough fielding plays. Looked like he slipped, and he too had some problems with his foot for the rest of his outing. Michael Saunders takes the first pitch strike. Saunders struck out on a fastball in the 2nd. The appeal down to 3rd. Paul Mark said that Saunders went around. You know, if you didn't know much about baseball and you came to this ballpark, you wouldn't know why the fans are cheering. They're booing and cheering at odd times because the Blue Jay fans outnumber the Mariner fans here. Saunders strikes out for a 2nd time.
Supposed to cheer for the team in white, right? The white team usually represents the home team, but this is like a home game for the Blue Jays as Saunders strikes out for the 2nd time.
Justin Smoke singled through the shift his first time up, the leadoff single. He was wiped out by the double play that the Mariners turned.
Look at that defense. That's Robinson Cano in short right field.
There's Cano way out there in right, and Smoke pulled the ball to his glove side past him his first time up. Three 3-0 now to Smoke. Ball 4. Smoke takes the ball low. That's the second walk for the Blue Jays. Comes with 2 outs.
Swing for the fences and save during the DIY Expert Sale. Only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center.
Kevin Pillar hit the ball hard his first time up, but it was right to the shortstop, Ketel Marte, who turned it into a double play. You mentioned Pillar's having a good series. He's now 6 for 9 in the series. One and one now as Hernandez pushed him off the plate with that fastball.
He has slowed things down a little bit, didn't he, after that comebacker off the bat of Tulowitzki? Hernandez taking a lot of time in between pitches too. Don't know if that leg is bothering him.
Yeah, he didn't look right either. Like something's bothering him with that foot. Got hit on the foot by that comebacker off the bat of Edwin Encarnacion. And different times when he follows through, it's as if it hurts him when he lands hard on that foot. Scott Service, the manager, keeping a close eye on him. Pillar hits it in the air to right. Smith was in shallow. The ball's carrying, and he makes a running catch. Pillar gave it a drive, and Smith, a very determined run, stretches out right before he hit the warning track and makes the catch. Hernandez has gotten some fine support from his defense. This time it's Seth Smith who saved a run for Seattle. Speak, and the Blue Jays and Aaron Sanchez trail 1-0. Nori Aoki has driven in the only run of this ball game. He had a bloop single into center field that knocked in Jesus Sucre.
Well, from that last at bat, it looks like the ball's carrying to right field.
Pillar drove it in the air. Looked like it was going to be a routine fly ball. This was chopped toward first, and smoke will go to the bank. Aoki's retired.
I say that because there's 7 left-handed batters in the lineup for the Seattle Mariners this afternoon. So if you're Aaron Sanchez, you want to get that ball and keep it on the ground.
So here is Seth Smith, who made that nice running catch to end the top half of the inning. He has struck out and walked so far this afternoon. Aaron Sanchez doesn't appear to be having any issues with that blister that has kept him out of the rotation for a turn. There's a good change
right there. He hasn't been looking at it. Last start we saw him shake it a couple of times and look at it. Seems to be okay. His curveball's been pretty good. His changeup has been pretty good. His velocity has been outstanding today.
That one got away from him off Martin's glove. The only thing I think that has been kind of a red flag to me is the fact he's missed a lot up with his fastball. Generally when he's good, he's really down in the bottom of the strike zone.
Could that be because he has only thrown in now 2 games in 3 weeks?
Yeah, that could have something to do with it. His timing is off a little bit. Much better delivery there, and you can see Martin setting up, giving him that low target. When Russell wants the ball elevated, he will
ask for it up there and he'll give him the higher target.
A high fly ball into center. Pilar at the track, at the wall. That ball is going to be knocked down by that breeze that's coming in from left.
Yeah, it looks like a crosswind like we saw last night. That knocked the ball down from Edwin Encarnacion last night. It looked like a sure home run to left center field, knocked down by the wind. Pilar's ball was blown to right field because of that crosswind, and this time that fly ball to left field looked like it had enough juice on it to get out of here, but it just got knocked down by that wind.
Joaquin Benoit starting to loosen up for the Blue Jays. It's a cool afternoon here. 17 degrees at the start of play, and that breeze makes it feel even cooler than that. Robinson Cano 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Both Cano and Sanchez taking a walk, and
I wonder if Cano hurt himself on that swing. Looked like he reached for that fastball just a little bit and took an awkward cut at it.
he's sort of taking his time to get back in the box. The umpire is looking at him as if to say,
his
are
right
you okay?
hand?
Yeah.
See his right wrist?
Yeah, I think he did something, rolled his hand, maybe rolled over on his thumb, but he's still not right.
Yeah.
He's still asking for time, and you can see him. It's a right thumb, and watch this swing.
He reaches for that ball, swings, and then something didn't feel right. He should take some practice swings right now.
Sanchez looks a little too long for the sign. Now he's got it. He elevated that fastball. Saunders shading his eyes once again. Makes the catch. Cano's retired. Good inning for Sanchez. Bottom of the 5th. 3 up, 3 down. Blue Jays still trail.
Special anniversary for Blue Jays manager John Gibbons. You see, 30 years ago yesterday, Mr. Gibbons hit his one and only home run in the major leagues. It came against the Philadelphia Phillies at Shea Stadium. Check out the swing by Gibby as he goes deep for the one and only time, and he did not miss that one at all. And watch his run around the bases. Guys, I don't think he's changed much when it comes to his gait getting around the bases. And he hasn't changed much as far as looks go, but John Gibbons' one and only home run coming 30 years ago yesterday.
John Gibbons was a pretty top prospect in the Mets system, and he got hurt, and then they went out and traded for a fellow named Gary Carter. That kind of changed his fortunes with the Mets.
That did look like his gait, didn't it? He still runs like that. He runs out to change a pitcher. Or you catch him here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon running the steps.
Blue Jays in the 6th haven't been able to figure out Hernandez. Nice play by Marte going up the middle. Throws out Devin Travis, who has grounded out 3 times today.
I'll tell you one thing that the Mariners have done well this afternoon. They've played some good defense behind their ace.
First 2 batters of the game, Devin Travis and Josh Donaldson, were robbed of base hits. Travis by Marte and Donaldson by Cano. And then the fine running catch in right field by Seth Smith. So in my book, the Mariners have 3 red stars today for defensive plays.
Well, then there's that ball by Encarnacion off of the leg of Hernandez, and Robbie Cano was right there to throw him out. That was a fine play by the shortstop, going a long way to his left to make the play.
Curveball in there for a strike. It's 1-1 to Donaldson. Josh had a leadoff double in the 4th, but he was stranded at third base. Blue Jays couldn't cash him in. He's the only base runner that's reached as far as second. He went to third on the ground ball out by Encarnacion, and then Bautista grounded out to third, as did Russell Martin, to end the inning. With a healthy cut. Hernandez has given up 18 home runs. This is his 23rd start of the season. But he has held the opponents to a .234 batting average. And now, as they do, the Kings court is up on their feet with 2 strikes on the batter. Now it's a full count.
He only had 3 strikeouts this afternoon. This was a guy when he was in his prime throwing that 96. He was 10, 12 strikeouts every time he took the mound. .92 pitches.
Full count. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Now he's calling Donaldson for a swing, and Donaldson is out. The ball hit him, and the umpire at home plate calls him out for a swing. Mark Ripperger, the home plate umpire. Donaldson got hit by the pitch, but according to the umpire, he felt like he swung at it, and as a result, Donaldson is out on strikes.
And he didn't really want to argue. One more time, this ball rides up and in. Yeah, it started to take his hand off the bat, and he got hit. And you see, he didn't want to argue because he got pitched out of the game the other night, so he'll just take his bat back to the dugout.
And Donaldson was ejected in the 7th inning in the game on Monday night for arguing a called 3rd strike. 2-away for Edwin Encarnacion. Another slow breaking ball for a strike.
Tell you what, I've been very impressed with Hernandez, his ability to adapt. He doesn't throw as hard as he used to, but I'll tell you what, he is mixing it quite nicely this afternoon.
It's fouled out of play. Well, he mentioned Hernandez is signed for the long haul here with Seattle. He's now 30 years old and he's signed for 3 more seasons, 17, 18, and 19. All of those seasons he'll be paid more than $26 million a year.
Seems like he's been around forever, doesn't it? Came up as a 19-year-old. In fact, he was the 3rd youngest player to debut in Mariners history. At Detroit, August of 2005.
This is his 12th season with the Mariners. He has 154 wins and 107 losses. 2-2 pitch to Encarnacion, bounced in the dirt.
Well, he's, if not the greatest, one of the greatest of all times already. Just 30 years old. First in wins, first in ERA, starts, whip, and second in opponents' batting average. You got to figure Randy Johnson's up there as one of the greatest pitchers of all time in Mariner history.
Encarnacion takes a breaking ball for ball 4. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Two outs for Bautista with Encarnacion at first. Jose has lined out. He had a line drive right to the left fielder his first time up. Fly ball into center. Martin overweights on it, and that'll do it. The Blue Jays are done in the top of the 6th. Felix Hernandez has recaptured the Magic. He has a 1-0 lead.
One live streaming sports service delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to AtBat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Now back to Buck and Pat.
Thank you, Barrett. And Sanchez, 5 good innings. He finds himself trailing 1-0. He's allowed just 1 run on 4 hits, walked 3, and struck out 3, throwing 87 pitches. And remember, Aaron missed 10 days when he went down to Florida. He was on the disabled list. He missed a couple of starts then. He's also been out 10 days with this recent blister problem. So kind of explains a little bit of the timing issues in his delivery. But so far, so good. Just 4 hits and a single run allowed.
Yeah, he is, in my mind, has been gutting it out this afternoon. He will shoot a couple of balls up, but then get back into the strike zone. He's only held them to 1 run, so the Blue Jays are within striking distance, thanks to Aaron. His last time out, that was against Boston. He only lasted 3 2/3 innings. Much better this afternoon.
Nelson Cruz, the cleanup hitter. He has drawn one of the 3 walks that Sanchez has issued today. Cruz came into this ball game batting .343 in his previous 10 games. He's 0 for 1 with that walk. Oh for 7 for Cruz in the series so far. Blue Jays bullpen is up and throwing. It's the right-hander Biagini and the left-hander Luke. Joe Biagini and Aaron Luke loosening up for the Jays.
That's anticipation that Sanchez will run into some trouble as he gets closer to that 100 pitch plateau.
Cruz strikes out on a good breaking ball. 1 away. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Well, Houston has that great second baseman, Jose Altuve, who last night collected his 200th hit of the season. It's the 3rd straight season that Altuve has gotten 200 or more hits, and he's increased his home run total each of those last 3 seasons. He went from 7 to 15 to 24 home runs this season. Altuve, a very special player.
24 home runs for Altuve to go along with those 200 hits.
Kyle Seager is a 2-0 count. That's that ball hauling down the right side, but that's going to hook into the seats foul. I don't think he got the barrel on that one. I think Sanchez got in on his hands a bit.
Pulled it, and you know, we were talking when the series started, you got to be wary of the middle of the lineup of the Seattle Mariners. Cano, Cruz, and Seager. They can do a lot of damage. Blue Jays have won the first 2 games in this series. Cruz and Seager haven't had a hit yet. I think that's one of the reasons why. They have really handled the middle of the lineup.
Good fastball from Sanchez there. It's now a 2-2 count. Aaron Sanchez is set up to make the start against Baltimore in the opener of that 3-game series, and that will set him up to make the final start of the season on Sunday at Fenway Park against Boston. Aaron came into this game with 173 innings. The plan in spring training was to limit his innings. I think they've gone well over what they had in their mind. It was never a number they announced, but he has pitched so well, he earned the right to stay in the rotation, and now he strikes out Seager.
For starting pitchers in the American League, he's got one of the lowest curveball averages when he gets ahead in the count. He's got that finishing pitch, that curveball. Corey Kluber has got an outstanding average. Clayton Kershaw, Trevor Bauer, Lance McCullers. Then Aaron Sanchez, they're only hitting 124 against that curveball when he's ahead in the count, and you can see why. That thing was pretty nasty, and he put away a pretty good hitter.
He strikes out 2 good hitters this inning, Cruz and Seager. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sanchez. That gives him 5 on the afternoon. Aaron Lynn has reached base twice against Sanchez today, a single and a walk. See Lynn wearing those sunglasses. It's a bright afternoon, but it's going to be interesting here in a few minutes. The shadows from the roof of this stadium are creeping across home plate, and you can see quite the contrast. It's going to be tough for hitters.
Hurry up and hit before the shadows start rolling across home plate.
The first day of autumn here in Seattle. It's a cool afternoon, and you can certainly feel fall in the air.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous afternoon. It feels like postseason baseball.
Beautiful blue sky, great crowd on hand. The Blue Jay fans have represented themselves very well throughout the 3 games. They have supported their team, and they're anxious for the sweep here in Seattle. Down ball. Sanchez off the mound, flips to Smoke, and that ends the inning. And Sanchez 3 up, 3 down. He's retired 7 in a row. Russell Martin will lead things off. Then Troy Tulowitzki and Michael Saunders. The Blue Jays being shut out on just 2 hits.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by the all-new 2017 Ridgeline. A lot of things have changed, but one thing hasn't. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Proud fan since 1977.
Aaron Sanchez finishing up strong if he is done. He gets a visit from the manager. He has retired 7 in a row. Yeah, it looks like they're having more of a conversation than a congratulatory visit.
Yeah, like he's finished for the day. He's got the pat on the back from his manager. He's over 100 pitches, so you got to right around 100 pitches, so you got to figure he's close. Blue Jays have to figure out Felix Hernandez. He's pitched a gem.
Blue Jays being shut out on just 2 hits after scoring 10 runs on 14 hits last night. Boy, that slow breaking ball has been very effective for Hernandez all afternoon.
He has had to use that, I think, to neutralize the Blue Jay hitters. They haven't been used to it yet.
Evan Scribner and Steve Cishek, 2 righties throwing. It's interesting they would have righties up in this situation, 2 of them. Martin pulls that changeup foul. Justin Smoke got the first hit off of Hernandez leadoff single in the third. He was erased on a double play. Best opportunity for the Blue Jays came in the fourth inning when Josh Donaldson hit a leadoff double to right. Then Encarnacion grounded out. That chased Donaldson to third, but they couldn't cash him in as Hernandez got Bautista and Martin to end the inning.
They had the infield in, and there was a ground ball to third baseman. Different type of game. We mentioned at the top that Hernandez ERA versus the Blue Jays in his career at .430. Highest versus any team with more than 3 starts in his career, but he's been shutting them out this afternoon. A little bit different type of pitcher.
Martin pops it up softly to the second baseman. A very tentative swing with 2 strikes. That's the first out of the top of the 7th.
Another slow curveball from Hernandez.
Joaquin Benoit now up throwing in earnest. He was up earlier, and he has a tendency to do that. He'll throw early in the game if the team doesn't throw on the field. He didn't have a chance to throw earlier, so now he is warming up with the possibility of coming into the game.
Let's get him a couple runs. Aaron could use a couple here.
Troy Tulowitzki takes a first pitch strike. Now it's 0-2. Mentioned Hernandez lost a 1-0 game at Rogers Center back in September of 2010. That's when Bautista hit a first inning home run. That was it. Now he's on the winning side of a 1-0 game. He leads the Blue Jays here in the 7th, 1-0. For his career, he's 7-6 against the Blue Jays. This is his 16th career start.
Same pitcher, 2 different styles. Same type of game. 1-0.
Changeup pulled on the ground to third. Seager takes his time. Tulowitzki's retired 2-away. Well, you can certainly see the pedigree of Felix Hernandez today. He won a Cy Young Award in 2010. And he needed to step up with the Mariners losing the first 2 games of this series.
Do a perfect game against Tampa Bay. First one in Mariners history. That was in 2012.
Ground ball bobbled by Cano. Saunders is retired. Hernandez is fired up as he walks off the field. 7 strong innings from the King. Innings of shutout ball. He's allowed the Blue Jays just 2 hits. And what's the reaction as he records the final out of the inning? There's been so much made about the Blue Jays' presence, and look at him. This is my house. This is my ballpark. And you fans, I'm going to disappoint you today. And he is shutting out the Blue Jays 1-0.
If it's up to me, you're not going to come in here and beat me this afternoon in my house. So what a ball game. Exactly what we thought it would be, a pitcher's matchup, 1-0. Aaron Sanchez's afternoon is finished. Joaquin Benoit, we've seen him throw a couple of times today. He's up, ready to go into the ball game. 3-1 with 3 earned run average for Benoit. He was not scored upon when he became a Blue Jay. He gave up just 1 run in 22 appearances with the Jays, 17 1/3 scoreless innings over his first 18 appearances with the Blue Jays.
Of course, Joaquin started his season with the Mariners. He made 26 appearances for Seattle before the trade.
And when they traded for him, his ERA was 5.18. But he's been golden for the Blue Jays.
He allowed 4 home runs while pitching in Seattle, just 1, and that was the David Ortiz home run that he gave up. First time he had given up a home run to Ortiz in a regular season. That snapped his scoreless streak. Bottom of the 7th. A terrific ball game in a terrific series. Blue Jays won 3-2 Monday night. They had a laugher last night. They scored 10 runs on 14 hits and beat Seattle 10-2. Jay Happ picking up his 20th win.
One more time, Russell Martin got a foul tip earlier. This time he gets it off his right foot. There was a bunt attempt that looked like it might have hit him in the knee earlier in the game. That one off the right foot, but this guy's like a piece of steel back there. He is tough.
Fly balls. Saunders again shading his eyes from the sun, makes the catch. Well, Aaron Sanchez, pitching for the first time in 10 days, was very good. No concerns whatsoever about the blister from our perspective. Those 6 innings was 103 pitches and allows just 1 run on 4 hits.
Really just had 1 bad inning, 1 long inning. Walked a couple of batters. There was a hit, there was a double, there was an error, and he only gave up the 1 run, that earned run. That was in the 3rd inning. Other than that, he was sensational. He finished strong. That's what I liked about his day today. He retired the last 7.
Jesus Sucre, making just his 6th start of the season for Seattle, has had a 2-for-2 day. He doubled it. Scored the only run of this ball game back in the 3rd. He singled in the 4th. Both of his hits going to right field. Benoit, in his 15th season, began his career with the Texas Rangers, spent 8 seasons with Texas. Actually began as a starter pitching for the Mariners. I think that starter's background has built a great foundation for Benoit. He knows how to pitch.
He knows how to pitch. He knows how to use his pitches. When he senses a batter is sitting on a fastball, he can drop the slider on him. He's got that great fork ball where he can get his share of ground ball outs. He never seems to be in a hurry. That's what I like about him. Even when the situation has become very dire, he just takes his time and just works at his own pace to slow down the ball game.
Yeah, he is totally in charge of his outing. He will set the tempo for the hitter. He's ahead 1-2 to Sucre. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Bottom of the 7th inning. Hernandez looks like he's out of the game. He's kind of pulled his jersey out of his pants, and looks like he's been told he's out of the ball game.
They got their setup man, Steve Cishek, warming up down in the bullpen. Excuse me, is that Tom Williamson? Cishek has been throwing and has been their 8th inning guy.
You can see Hernandez now. He's out of the game. There's no question about it. He's pulled his jersey out. He's been told that that's it. 7 innings. How about Jesus Sucre? A 3-hit ball game.
Double to right field his first time up. Single with 2 strikes to right field his second time up. And got an off-speed pitch, broke his bat, and gets a base hit, and he's going to be lifted for a pinch runner.
It's his second 3-hit game of the season. He had 3 hits on the 5th of September against Texas in a 14-6 win. So he has had a fine afternoon, not only because he had 3 hits, but he did a great job catching Felix Hernandez. Sean O'Malley with good speed. Pitch runner. Ketel Marte, the shortstop, has struck out and flied out.
O'Malley's got pretty good speed over there. They're liable to do anything here. They can go straight steal if they want to, or they can play hit and run.
O'Malley is 6 for 8 in steal attempts. Not running here. Marte fouls it over the screen.
He looks like he wants to run at first base. Manny Active, the third base coach for the Seattle Mariners, going through a whole host of signs.
Two balls and a strike to the number 9 hitter, Ketel Marte. 1-0 ball game. Only 7 hits in the game. Blue Jays have been held to no runs on 2 hits. Mariners 1 run on 5 hits. Blue Jays have committed the only error of this game. There goes the runner. Russell Martin wisely dropped that foul tip. It was a foul tip that hit his glove, and if he catches it, ball's in play, and he dropped it intentionally. It was a terrific heads-up play, instinctive play by Martin.
Oh, what a smart play by Russell. Watch this foul tip, and he just pulls his hands away and says, I can't catch this ball. Or that runner is going to be at second base.
Yeah, he thought about it and said, you know what, I got to let that fall, because it hit his glove first, then his chest protector. It was in play. Had it hit his chest protector and then hit the glove, it would have been a different story, but that was in play. Terrific play by Martin. He had no shot at the runner.
No shot at all. He had a great jump.
Marte strikes out for a second time, 2 away in the inning. Drive of the game brought to you by Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays, proud fan since 1977.
Well, there's only been 1 run scored today, and here it is right there. There's a runner at second base. Sucre, a little soft liner off of Aaron Sanchez with 2 strikes into center field. Drives it into center field. Kevin Clark comes up, drops the ball. That allows Aoki to get into second base. That's the drive this afternoon. Little drive, soft liner into center field.
Aoki 1 for 3 with that RBI single. Well, you really got to think that O'Malley's going to try to run in this situation with 2 outs. Another runner in scoring position.
Well, you sent him in to pinch run for a reason. Try to get into scoring position for Aoki. If he doesn't make it, if he gets thrown out, then Aoki can start next inning, the leadoff batter.
Not running. Aoki hits the short hopper to the shortstop, and Tulowitzki throws high. But what a play by Smoke. Good play on both ends of that one. Tulowitzki made a nice grab on the short hop and then threw high to first. Smoke left the bag and picked up Tulowitzki. Look at the tag play by Smoke to end the inning and keep it a 1-run game. Hernandez, the ace of the Mariners, pitched like an ace here this afternoon. He throws 112 pitches through 7 innings, shuts out the Blue Jays on just 2 hits. He was able to pitch around those 3 walks. He had just 4 strikeouts, but he gave up a single to Smoke and a double to Donaldson, and that was it. Now he turns it over to the bullpen.
Steve Cishek was loosening up. He's their 8th inning guy, and he will come in for the 57th time. Notice the saves, 25 saves. He was the closer earlier this season. Had an injury problem, went on the disabled list with a left hip tear, and then when he came back, he became the setup guy. Righties are only hitting 169 against him. There's some other defensive changes. Mike Zunino comes in to play catcher.
Guillermo Heredia is the left fielder, and Ben Gamel is the right fielder. So Aoki's out, Smith is out in the corners in the outfield, and Zunino takes over behind the plate for Cishek. Justin Smoke has reached base twice this afternoon. He singled and walked.
Cishek has that unorthodox delivery. It's not like Darren O'Day where he comes from down under, but it's sidearm. He gets a lot of movement. Sinker, slider, basically. He will give up his share of home runs. He's given up 8 of them this season, which is a career high.
Two and one now to Smoke. It's 3-1. Edwin Diaz, the young closer for the Mariners, done a terrific job filling in for Cishek, and now he has taken the role of the closer. Fouls it back.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough 8-9 combination. Cishek a little unorthodox. There's Grilly and Cecil throwing in the Blue Jays bullpen. Mariners started winning ball games when they had these two at the back end of their bullpen.
Fly ball down the left side, slicing into the seats. Smoke Pilar, then back to the top of the order, Devin Travis. Ball four, leadoff walk, and keep your eye out for a pinch runner here. The Blue Jays have lots of options, of course, so Smoke has a good day at the plate. A single and 2 walks.
Probably see Dalton Pompey. Is that him?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Dalton Pompey will take over as a pinch runner at first base. Pompey, appearing in his 4th game, has a stolen base. His only attempt in his first game, the 4th of September against Tampa Bay in a 5-3 win.
And I asked him when we were in Anaheim, do you have the green light? And he says, yes, sir, I do. He could really run. And the Blue Jays give him a lot of leeway, have a lot of confidence in him.
Had a terrific run in the postseason last year as a pinch runner. Two and 0 to Pilar. The fans are back in it. Well, Stottlemyre Jr. is the pitching coach. He takes a quick trip to the mound to help settle down Cishek here. A leadoff walk, and now he falls behind Pilar 2-0.
You know, they're desperate for a win. Blue Jays have won the first 2 games in this series. Diaz is warming up. And I think Scott Service is thinking Donaldson, Encarnacion, Bautista. That's going to be his guys right there. And if it happens to be this inning, he's going to bring him in.
Here's the 2-0 pitch in there for a strike. Pompey hasn't looked real comfortable trying to gauge the delivery of Cishek. Zunino just into the ball game. There he goes. He got a great jump. Breaking ball for a strike. The throw to second in time. Pompey gunned down by Mike Zunino. Zunino had caught just 2 of 15, and then the Blue Jays stole 4 bases on him Monday. But here he makes a terrific throw fresh into the ball game.
Those stolen bases were on the pitcher. That wasn't on the catcher. That was a terrific job coming out of there. It's a tough pitch to throw on it. Does backup slider, but he guns him down. It was on the first base side of the bag, and that allowed Cano to just let the ball take him right to the runner.
Pilar hits it high and deep to left. Heredia back on the track at the fence, makes the catch. Pilar gave it a ride. Two away. A very effective visit to the mound by Mel Stottlemyre Jr. After the leadoff walk and 2 balls to Pilar, Cishek has sorted things out.
He's calmed everything down. The big play was the throw by Zunino.
Devin Travis trying to extend his hit streak. He has a 17-game hit streak on the line. He's 0 for 3 so far. Pulls this one well foul.
He was robbed of a hit his first time up. First batter of the ball game. Ketel Marte, the shortstop, took a hit away from him.
This is the first at bat for Travis against Cishek.
You can see why righties have had so much trouble against Cishek this year. A little sweeping slider.
Outside, it's 3-2. Josh Donaldson waits on deck. Edwin Diaz, the young closer, is ready down in the bullpen. He walked him. Second walk of the inning issued by Cishek, and that's going to be it for him. Scott Service is coming out of the dugout, and he's got his young closer warmed and ready.
That was the game plan all along. You could tell he did not want the heart of the order of the Blue Jays to face Cishek. He got his young closer up, the fireballer, for this situation right here.
1-0 game. Edwin Diaz coming into the game with a runner at first. Josh Donaldson will bat when we come back to Seattle. Nothing Mariners lead. This is a young closer, Edwin Diaz, making his 45th appearance of the season. He's only had one blown save this season.
He started the year in Double-A. Jackson won the Texas League Championship the other day. He was on that team, but he's come up here and look what he's done. 16 for 17 after they moved him into the closer's role. 45 innings and 77 strikeouts, 15 strikeouts per inning. He converted his first 11 save opportunities. Tell you what, he's got a great fastball and a sharp slider.
Just 22 years old. First season in the big leagues. Josh Donaldson was after the first pitch, and this is the aspect we talked about a few minutes ago. The shadows have crept halfway between home plate and the mound. Quite a contrast for the hitters to try to pick up that baseball.
Yeah, it cannot be any fun. Diaz, I mean, he has just taken over that closer's role. When you watch him throw, that arm action is so quick. It's like a whip, firing the ball home.
Tough to see, and then you have to deal with that.
That can't be any fun. Fastball up and in, and Josh just ducks out of the way. You got the batter in the shadows and the pitcher in the bright sunlight. It's just very hard to pick up the spin of the baseball the last 30 feet.
Two and one to Donaldson. On the outside corner, it's now 2-2. 2 outs. Travis is at first base, and the Blue Jays trail 1-0. Donaldson strikes out. Diaz comes in and puts out the fire here in the 8th. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's a 1-0 ball game. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Samsung broadcast studio.
A game here in the U.S. like so many are at Safeco's Field. You can share your experiences with the hashtag from anywhere. With Roam Like Home starting at $5 a day, you can roam in the U.S. on a share everything plan, and you can use your phone just like you do at home in over 100 destinations around the world. Go to Rogers.com/roamlikehome for more details. Guys, what a fantastic 3 days it has been here. Like a home game for the Blue Jays. So many Blue Jay fans all over the city.
It's been a great series, and the Blue Jays can make it even a little bit better if they can come from behind and win this game. Brett Cecil had a great inning of work yesterday. He worked the 8th inning, retired to side in order, a couple of ground outs and a fly ball.
Yeah, no hard contact against Cecil. His breaking ball's been a little bit better. And he's going to be an important guy for him. Get some lefties here.
Ryan Goins takes over at first base for Justin Smoke, who was taken out of the game as a pinch runner. Brett Cecil came into the ball game, and then Josh Donaldson, as he was getting loose, came over from third and said something to him. Have no idea what it was, but it might be in reference to that pitch up and in.
Yeah, that was a message. Don't know what the message was, of course. Maybe, hey, it's tough to see up there.
That's probably what he said. That's a good call. That's probably what he said. Hey, man, be aggressive. It's hard to see at home plate.
Yeah.
That's a good call, Pat.
Well, by judging by that at bat by Gamble, it's tough to see. 3 breaking balls and see you later as he strikes him out.
Gamble came into the game as a defensive replacement for Seth Smith. Big matchup here for Cecil. Robinson Cano. Cano is 0 for 3. Mariners only have 5 hits. There's a breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-1. Joaquin Benoit pitched the 7th. Gave up a 1-out single and nothing more. Got a terrific play defensively from Tulowitzki and Smoke to end the 7th inning. Cano hangs tough against that breaking ball, but fouls it down the left field line. Joe Biagini and Jason Grilli loosening up for the Blue Jays. This is the man that Cecil has to get. He's got to get Cano out. It'll be 2 outs, and then they have some flexibility with Cruz, and then you've got another lefty behind him.
Yeah, if you want to go get a right-handed batter, but you got to get Cano out. Russell thought he did.
He's all ready to throw it down to third base. Thought it was strike 3. Full count to Cano. Covers that breaking ball and fouls it off.
That's when Cecil's pitching well, is when he is throwing that breaking ball and fastball counts, when he's ahead of the count, when he's behind in the count, and painting that fastball. He can cut the ball a little bit if he wants to, but that spike curveball is a great weapon for him.
Cano gets hit and got hit on the 3-2 pitch. You go to first. So John Gibbons is out of the dugout. Now he hesitates for a moment. Now he makes the call. He's got 2 righties down there. He called for a righty. Not sure which one he wants. So Cecil gets Gamble and loses Cano. 1 out. Jason Grilli coming on to face Nelson Cruz. New pitcher for the Blue Jays is Jason Grilli, making his 63rd appearance of the season.
Second in this series. He pitched on Monday and picked up a whole 2/3 of an inning, and he had a strikeout and a couple of walks against the Mariners. The game the Blue Jays would win 3-2 And there were some decisions to be made after Brett Cecil hit Robinson Cano. You had the righty coming up in Cruz. John Gibbons says, I want my 8th inning guy to face Nelson Cruz.
Cruz hitless in the series. He's 0 for 2 with a walk today. One out. First pitch off the plate away. Blue Jays turned to double play in the 4th inning. Curveball drops in there for a strike. Sanchez, the starter, went 6 innings. Gave up just 1 run on 4 hits, walked 3 and struck out 5. Benoit had a good inning. Cecil struck out a batter and hit a batter. Now Grilly.
You see Nelson Cruz diving out over the plate there, looking for something away. That pitch up and in just to try and back him off the plate.
Big strikeout, once again elevating that fastball for the strikeout.
He is a very good low ball hitter. So Jason, using that experience, goes upstairs to pick up the strikeout. That's a big out against a run producer.
Kyle Seager is 0 for 3. Cano is still at first. Now there are 2 away. Breaking ball for strike 1. Bautista over giving chase. It's into the seats out of play. Phillies ahead 0-2 on Kyle Seager. What a ball game. Up and in. And a few of those this inning.
Boy, that one up and in just to push him back off the plate.
Strikeouts, it comes into the ball game in this 1-0 game, trying to fire up his teammates and this crowd. But go to the ninth. Seattle with a 1-0 lead. Encarnacion will lead things off, then Bautista and Martin. with one out and a runner on, and he strikes out 2 to end the bottom of the 8th inning, and he's trying to fire up everybody here in this ballpark. He inherited a runner at first base, and he keeps it a 1-0 game, and now it's over to the offense.
All the fans behind the Blue Jays dugout stood in unison after that strikeout.
Edwin Diaz struck out Donaldson to end the 8th.
This is basically every one of the Blue Jay batters' first look at the young fireballer.
The Edwin can't see. He took his swing at that last pitch, and he took his hand off the bat and put it in the air like, I can't see.
Guy's throwing 98 with a great slider, and he's saying, hey, what do you want?
2-1. Gets a piece of it and fouls it off.
You just hope that he throws one in an area that you can pick it up early. Down on the field during batting practice yesterday. A little bit later than this, and it was almost impossible to see the batting practice pitcher throwing. I can't imagine a guy throwing this hard.
98, a full count. Diaz has to deal with the heavy hitters in the Blue Jays lineup. You got Donaldson to end the 8th. One away.
Confidence to throw the breaking ball 3-2 in a 1-run ball game. Slider.
Just 22 years old. He has had just one blown save since he has taken over as the closer. Jose Bautista lays off. 99. Breaking ball evens the count at 1-1.
He was a starter in the minor leagues, and they sent him down to Double-A and said, we want to transition you to the bullpen, and it has worked out for him.
Bautista got one inside and pulled it foul.
Up too. They wanted that fastball up, but it caught way too much of the plate.
One and two to Bautista. Now it's even at 2-2.
He likes that slider with 2 strikes. He'll throw it not as much as his fastball. 45% to 55% with the fastball with 2 strikes. So as a hitter, you can't just sit on one pitch.
Bautista high and deep to left. Stay fair, ball. Stay fair. It is gone. You can always go back to the big guys to come up with big hits in tough situations.
And this place is going crazy right now thanks to that guy.
Russell Martin behind 0-2.
Looked like he tried to slip a fastball by him. Something down and in, and Jose got it.
Home run number 19. None bigger than that one. It's a second blown save for Diaz. Strike 3 call. Call that on strikes.
Well, let's take a look at that swing by Bautista that tied it up. Diaz with the great fastball. He goes inside, and Jose got it. He stayed inside of that one, and he was able to keep it true and keep it fair down the left field line. Look at the crowd reacting behind him. And we are all tied.
That's what they've been waiting for. And Bautista delivers here in the 9th. I got to tell you, there's a bit of baseball irony here. The last time Diaz blew a save, Rougned Odor hit the home run off of him. And Jose and Bautista, Odor, of course, have a history. Now they are linked. They have both hit home runs and gave Diaz a blown save. Odor's was a game winner, a 2-run home run in the 9th. Tulowitzki grounds to second. That's the end of the inning, but what an inning for the Blue Jays. And when Diaz suffers his second blown save of his career, and Jose Bautista with his 19th home run of the season in a 1-0 game ties it up with 1 out in the 9th. Has come up with some big hits in his career, a 2-time home run champion. Watch the reaction of the crowd. That ties it up. It was a 1-0 game, and then watch the reaction of the dugout.
Stay fair. Stay fair. Yes, sir. It does. I'll tell you. What a 3-game series this has been, hasn't it?
Terrific. Blue Jays win 3-2 on Monday night, 10-2 last night, and looked like they were looking at a 1-0 loss until Bautista tied it up. Now Joe Biagini comes on to work the bottom of the 9th. Then goes after the first pitch. Devin Travis has it. 1 away. Well, Pat, you made a great point during the break about how difficult it is to see right now. It's remarkable that Bautista could connect for the home run, but the hitters are really challenged right now.
Yeah. He was wearing shades too, sunglasses. Saw it all the way. I think what you don't want to do in this situation is try and end it with one swing. That's when the strikeouts start piling up. You have to have good at bats. You got to follow the ball, and you got to make it tough on the defense.
Put the ball in play. What an effort by the Blue Jays bullpen. Sanchez started it, and Benoit, Cecil, Grilli, and now Biagini. Two and 0 to Martin. Big swing. That's exactly what you were talking about. You didn't want to see from the hitters. Evan Scribner loosening up for Seattle. Boy, what a big break. Not a break, but what a stroke of good fortune to hit the home run off Diaz, and now he's going to be out of the game.
Yeah, if they can get it to extra innings.
Martin cuts down his swing and hits it on the ground into center field. Big turn, but he'll stop there.
Well, you saw the swing on the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. That's a better approach right there. Put the ball in play, and good things are going to happen. Yoenis Martin is a threat to steal now at first base.
He has 19 stolen bases, but he's been caught 6 times. This is Mike Zunino in his first plate appearance. Zunino started in the opener on Monday night. Zunino went 0 for 2, lifted in favor of a pinch hitter in the 8th.
Outfielders playing deep. They don't want any doubles over their heads. So what you have to remember, if there's a base hit in front of the outfielders, they're going to have to come in hard, because the runner at first base, Yoenis Martin, can run, and he can see how deep they're playing. You want to be thinking about going first or third on singles.
Breaking ball missed down and away. 1 and 2 to Zunino, and Roberto Osuna starting to loosen up. Blue Jays have an off day tomorrow before they open up a 4-game series against the Yankees on Friday. There goes the runner. Martin's throw to second is a good one, and Travis can't come up with it. Travis tried to rush and put the tag on him, and he went after it with both hands. Russell made a strong throw.
Looked like it was right on the bag, the throw. Let's take a look at it one more time. Breaking ball, and he comes out firing. I think even if he catches that, Martin was going to be safe.
20th steal for Martin, and now the potential winning run is in scoring position. So the outfield defense now comes in to play normal depth.
You can see they've shortened up a couple of feet now with the runner. Go-ahead run, the winning run. Now at second base.
Strikes out. Biagini pumps that fastball right past him. And here comes the skipper. John Gibbons out of the Blue Jays dugout, and he has made the call for Osuna. Biagini strikes out Zunino, and with the winning run at second base, Biagini will turn things over to Osuna. Roberto Osuna will come out of the bullpen. Dae-Ho Lee has been announced into the game. He will hit against Roberto Osuna with the game on the line. And he gave up a 2-run home run to Leonys Martin, and now he will face Dae-Ho Lee, who will pinch hit for Ketel Marte with 2 outs and a man at second.
2 down. He's got to get him. He's a notorious first ball, fastball swinger. Lee, let's try and get it into extra innings and take your chances. He has come up with some big hits for this team.
First pitch swinging is Lee, and he is late on that heater. There goes Martin. Martin will not throw it. Donaldson held his defensive position.
And that's the right thing you want to do if you're Josh Donaldson. You don't want to vacate a hole and have a ball go through there. The game's over. So he threw up both of his arms and told Russell, don't throw it.
0-2 to Dae-Ho Lee. Got it. Osuna comes out of the bullpen firing some strikes. He leaves the winning run at third base, and we will go to extra innings here in Seattle. A 1-1 game and a doozy. For the Mariners, Evan Scribner, just his 7th appearance. Blue Jays saw him in this series. He pitched on Monday and threw the ball very well. He had 2 strong innings of relief.
There are the numbers right there. He hasn't allowed a run in his first 6 games with the team. That covers 7 1/3 innings. He's given up 3 hits and he's had 7 Ks. Right-handers 0.63 against Evan Scribner.
Mike Freeman takes over defensively at shortstop as Tel Marte was lifted in favor of the pinch hitter, Dae-Ho Lee. Where the Mariners have nearly depleted their bench. Freeman, Gamble, Zunino, Heredia, Lee, all coming off the bench, and Sean O'Malley.
All that's left is Gutierrez, Iannetta, and Vogelbach on the bench.
Well, the Blue Jays fans, they can't complain about the baseball they've watched for this 3-game series. A 3-2 win on Monday, a 10-2 win last night, and now a 1-1 game in extra innings. Michael Saunders looks at that first pitch away. How much does it help the hitters now that the shadows have completely lengthened out to the mound?
It's starting to help now, the pitcher and the batter in the shade.
High pop-up down the left side, long run for Heredia, and he's going to run out of room.
But it's always about the background, and right now the background for the hitters, they're looking out at that bright sunshine. And you can see they've all taken off the sunglasses just so they can see.
The curveball, man. Saunders swings through it. It's 1-2.
Get that first guy on. Give yourself a chance.
Line drive to left. Heredia stumbled, and it's over his head, off the wall. Saunders is headed for second. He'll get there with a lead-off double. Michael Saunders starting the 10th with a double.
They might pinch run somebody here, maybe a Melvin Upton or a Carrera. A little bit more speed. The Blue Jays can get a defender in there also.
It's going to be Upton for sure as Michael Saunders.
Heredia, a very aggressive outfielder, momentarily froze on that ball. It's the toughest ball for an outfielder, that line drive right over your head. And he gets beat as Saunders doubles over his head to start the 10th. Now the Blue Jays have to get him over to third base. I'm sure Goins has been asked to bunt here.
Ryan Goins, in his first plate appearance, took over defensively at first. He's batting in the 8th spot. He squares and bunts it perfectly. Seager goes to first. What a job by Goins. Textbook. Well, the go-ahead run just 90 feet away now.
Infield in. They could do safety squeeze here. Kevin Pillar is a good bunter. And Luis Rivera is having a long chat with Upton at third base.
Pillar swings and fouls it off.
Tough to see. This is how you have to move those runners along. One base at a time.
Pick off to third. You don't see that very often, but Upton on his toes gets back easily.
Mariners think something's up right here.
Scribner threw a first pitch breaking ball to Pillar. He has the count in his favor. Inside. Ball and a strike. Pillar looking down to Luis Rivera, the third base coach. Rivera delivering the message verbally to Upton.
your eye on Melvin Upton if he gets an aggressive secondary lead.
Curveball, Pilar fouls it off. Ball stayed inside, and Pilar was out in front. Now he's got a battle with 2 strikes.
Give me that good 2-strike approach right here. He had a big 2-strike, 2-out base hit for the Blue Jays in this series.
Fouls it off. Bautista with the home run in the 9th. It's his 11th career home run in the 9th inning or later that puts a team in front or tied it. But it's the first such home run for Bautista this season. He came through in dramatic fashion. Remember Encarnacion's reaction to how difficult it was to see when he struck out in the 9th, and right behind him Bautista hit a game-tying home run.
I got to get this run in from third. He's battling them. Look where all those pitches are.
Exactly what you want to do if you're the pitcher. Crowd the hitter. Keep him from extending his arms out over the plate.
Right. That's right.
Michael Saunders got it going with the leadoff double. Pilar gets a piece of it to stay alive.
Infield in. Anything on the ground's got a better chance of getting through the infield.
6 foul balls in this at bat by Pilar. Oh, what a play by Freeman. He leaves his feet and snares the line drive. He just came into the game, and he may have saved the game for Seattle.
Wow. Pilar hits a tough pitch with 2 strikes, and it looks like a short base hit with the shortstop on the grass. Watch this. Goes down and gets it line drive, but he leaves his feet. And he might have saved the game right there with that play.
Devin Travis.
That's another great defensive play by the Mariners this afternoon against the Blue Jays.
Strike 2 to Travis. Travis is 0 for 3 with a walk. His walk came in the 8th inning. Tried to extend his hit streak to 18. Strikes out. So the Blue Jays get a leadoff double, but leave the go-ahead run at third base. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. What a defensive play by Mike Freeman, just coming into the game. Saves a run for Seattle. Blue Jays will have Thursday off, but the Red Sox and Orioles will play their final game of their 4-game series. And what a pitching matchup you'll have tomorrow night. David Price at 16-8 will go up against Chris Tillman at 16-6. The finale of the 4-game series between the Red Sox and the Orioles from Baltimore. Melvin Upton Jr. came into the game as a pinch runner. He takes over defensively in left field. Roberto Osuna came on in relief in the bottom of the 9th and struck out the pinch hitter Dae-Ho Lee. Quickly ahead of Heredia. A ball and 2 strikes. This is the first plate appearance for Heredia. He takes strike 3 call. Battle for Aoki in that top spot in the order.
Hit 340 in the minor leagues this year. But he can't come up with that. Great slider from Osuna right on the outside corner. Hits his target. Russell Martin holds it there for him.
Ben Gamble getting his second at bat. He struck out against Brett Cecil in the 8th inning. He entered the game late as a defensive replacement for Seth Smith in right. Osuna pumping that heater in there. He's ahead 0-2.
Gamble was the International League Most Valuable Player this year. He was named that on August the 30th. He was with the Yankees organization then. He's got some power, but Osuna thought he had him, struck out. One more time. Watch the mid. Russell Martin holds it right there. Thought he had it.
A 1-1 game in the bottom of the 10th. There have only been 10 hits in the game. 4 for the Blue Jays, 6 for the Mariners. Full count. Now back.
There is Tom Wilhelmsen.
Fastball and Gamble strikes out. Osuna 3 strikeouts since coming into the game.
Yeah, he's faced 3 batters, 3 strikeouts. Reach back for that high fastball. Tough to get on top of that one. Do anything with it. Blue Jay fans impressed.
No one has left their seats. 2 outs. Robinson Cano. 0 for 3. He was hit by a pitch in the 8th. Cano taking all the way. It's ball and strike. One and two. Cano's had a terrific season for Seattle. He has tied his career high with 33 home runs.
Stay away from his power here. Keep the ball away from him.
Martin set up outside. The hesitation by Osuna. He strikes him out. 4 batters faced, 4 strikeouts for Osuna. The bullpen has been terrific this afternoon. It's a 1-1 game. We'll go on to the 11th. For Seattle is Tom Wilhelms, 48th game of the season.
Former closer for this team. And this year, it's been a little bit different stories. 2-4 with a very elevated ERA of 7.11. Righties hitting over 300, lefties hitting over 300. He's got a good fastball and an overhand curveball. His job is to come in and face the middle of the order of the Blue Jays. Tough task. Donaldson, Encarnacion, and Bautista. Same thing applies, I think, for the Blue Jays here. Michael Saunders did a good job leading off last inning with the double. They just couldn't get him in because of the great defensive play. Tough to see. Cut down your swing, put the ball in play.
Wilhelmsen was traded by Seattle to Texas in a deal that brought Leonis Martin to Seattle. And then he was granted free agency on the 17th of June and signed back with the Mariners. Donaldson showing bunt. Not exactly what John Gibbons had on his mind.
Trying to pull in Kyle Seager at third, and he's like, "Nah, you're not going to do that. I'm staying back here."
Breaking ball for a strike. 1-1 to Donaldson. Donaldson, Encarnacion, and Bautista. The best the Blue Jays have to offer. Donaldson drives it into center. He'll get down for a hit. He's turning around first. He's going to stop. Boy, he did a good job, Martin. Gets it back quickly. Donaldson had second on his mind, and the center fielder made him stop at first.
Well, that's why you play no doubles. Tying run at the plate, you play a little bit deeper so you can cut that ball off in the gap. Martin does, and Donaldson was still going to go. He was reading the throw. Martin's got 11, count them, 11 outfield assists in the outfield. So Donaldson's going to run with his head up one more time, touch the bag, and he's thinking about going, but he saw the good hard throw, strong throw from Martin. He puts on the brakes.
Encarnacion goes after that high breaking ball and fouls it back. Edwin is 0 for 3 with a walk. And his best opportunity for a hit in the 4th inning. He had a hard shot back at the mound. It caromed off the pitcher's foot, went right to Robbie Cano.
Nice play. Zunino picked that curveball in the dirt.
Curveball. Melissa bails out. Kevin Pillar had a terrific at bat in the 10th and was robbed of a base hit. Bo Schultz and Aaron Luke loosening up for the Blue Jays.
If you're the runner at first base, be ready for a ball in the dirt.
Anderson gets a piece of it.
He's been known to bounce that curveball.
Two and two. Donaldson at first with the leadoff single. In the dirt, there's that pitch you were talking about. Zunino.
Wow.
Made a heck of a play.
That's twice now in this at bat that he has saved a wild pitch. This one way out in front of home plate, and the ball finds the glove.
Ball 4. First two reach here in the 11th. And here comes the man of the hour, Jose Bautista. Scott Service is out of the Mariner dugout, making his way toward the mound.
They had Nick Vincent warming up. Vincent pitched in yesterday's game, and he's already made the move.
Vincent will come on. He pitched yesterday and didn't get it out. Vincent. He pitched yesterday, faced 3 batters, and didn't record an out.
54 games, 386 earned run average, and he will face right now the man of the hour because of this. 9th inning. Jose Bautista sends one in orbit to the delight of all the fans everywhere. That was off of Diaz to tie it up as he circles the bases. He's had some big hits, and I mean big hits for the Blue Jays in his career. Everybody remembers the big home run in the division series against Texas, but that one right there was huge.
For Bautista, that was his 11th career home run in the 9th inning or later that put the team in front or tied the game. But it was the first such home run this season. And it certainly excited this crowd, and it has been a very good series for the Blue Jays and their fans here at Safeco Field in Seattle. Nobody out, runners at first and second for Jose Bautista. First pitch strike.
Blue Jays have had a couple of opportunities today to drive in runs. They've had a couple of leadoff doubles, have not been able to bring them around. There's a golden opportunity right here.
This is definitely a top step ball game.
Edge of your seat kind of game.
Everybody's on the top step. Bautista behind 0-2. And he strikes out. That's the first out of the inning. So that'll bring Russell Martin to the plate. Russell has gone 0 for 3 with a walk. He walked his first time up against Felix Hernandez. Strike one to Martin.
I can see why they brought him in here. This guy's a strike thrower. Wilhelmsen gave up a single and a walk. They bring in Vincent. He hasn't thrown out of the strike zone yet.
Martin fouls this one down the right side into the seats.
This was the player yesterday where we saw Melvin Upton giving some batting tips to his teammates because he spent some time in San Diego with them.
0-2 to Martin. Upstairs. Vincent, 5 seasons in the major leagues, 4 with the Padres. Pitched in 161 games in San Diego, and that's where he and Melvin Upton were teammates. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Close pitch. Martin laid off. It's now 2-2. Martin and Saunders, the 2 Canadians, hit home runs in the 4th inning in last night's game. Back to the mound. Vincent throws to Cano for 1. Back to first. Double play. So the Blue Jays get the first 2 on in the 11th and can't advance them. A strikeout and a double play. The 11th for the Blue Jays. Barnes last pitched on Sunday in Anaheim. He had a strikeout, just a third of an inning. He gave up a single to Cliff Pennington, struck out Yunel Escobar, and then gave way to the lefty Aaron Loup, who pitched to Cole Calhoun.
Look what the lefties are hitting against him, just 176. Fastball, changeup, good combination. A little bit of a breaking ball also. But he comes in and he throws strikes, and this is a big situation for a young player. Just up from the minor leagues, you got to face Cruz, Seager, and Lynn in a tie ball game, extra innings. The only thing you're thinking about right here is you're going pitch to pitch to pitch. Don't think about the situation. Don't think about who's standing in that batter's box. Think about executing the pitches. Go along with your veteran catcher.
Danny Barnes is a strike thrower, and he's into this game. Bottom of the 11th inning, a 1-1 game, and there are a lot of fans that haven't given up their prime positions. The Mariners scored their run in the third. Nori Aoki had an RBI single, and of course the Blue Jays got their run in the ninth, a one-out home run by Bautista. Danny Barnes in his 10th big league game. He started out the season in Double-A in New Hampshire and was great there, and got even better when he went to Triple-A. Appeared in 17 games in Triple-A and had an ERA of 0.35.
Strike thrower. Like you said. He came in Houston, if you remember that game, and got Correa in a big situation in a game that the Blue Jays needed to win, and they did.
Cruz hits it on the ground. Donaldson takes his time. Strong throw to Goins in time. Ryan Goins into the game as a defensive replacement at first.
Playing deep and guarding the line. Sets his feet. And a strong throw across the infield to get the leadoff batter. Now a couple of lefties coming up for Seattle, and John Gibbons is out of the dugout.
Danny Barnes gets his man. We're in the 11th inning. John Gibbons going matchup. Aaron Loup into the game to face Kyle Seager. Very meaningful game for both of these ball clubs. The Blue Jays have a game lead over Baltimore in the first wild card spot. The Astros are a game and a half back, tied with Detroit, and then Seattle 3 back. So Seattle can ill afford to lose any more ground in the wild card race, and the Blue Jays trying to cling to that top spot.
So the managers are going to go with matchups. You got plenty of players. It's September. You got plenty of arms down in that bullpen. So John Gibbons is going to bring out his lefty. They've got 3 of them. They've used 2 of them today. Aaron Loup to face Seager and Lind.
First pitch breaking ball is inside. Luke pitched an inning in the game last night. Gave up a double to Day-Ho Lee, but was able to get out of it. Picked up a strikeout. He struck out Leonis Martin. So the laugher last night allowed John Gibbons to use Loop, Tepera, Cecil, and Feldman. So it's not like they've been sitting around for a long time. So Loop was in the game last night. He's right back in this crucial situation here in the 11th.
They got Tepera, Schultz, and Feldman, and Dermody left down in that bullpen. And R.A. Dickey we saw earlier down there. So you can just go ahead and you got lefties coming up, bring in a lefty. Righties, bring in some righties. It's matchup baseball now.
That fastball away. Ryan Tepera is loosening up. Tepera pitched the 7th inning. Had a couple of strikeouts and hit a batter. Seager hangs in there and lines it foul into the seats. Danny Barnes started the inning and got Cruz to ground out to third. The sun is slowly going back over the top of this stadium, and the shadows have gotten awfully long here as we are playing in the 11th. Seager draws the walk. A one-out walk here. Where Luke walks the first man he faces, and now Lind was the scheduled batter. But the Mariners will call him back to the dugout and send up Franklin Gutierrez. Gutierrez is the right-handed platoon partner of Seth Smith, who plays out in the right. So Seager walks. Lind is lifted in favor of the pinch hitter.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to face him. John Gibbons not moving. He's got a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. That's Tepera. Franklin Gutierrez, he's a free swinger up there. You can see he's got 14 home runs in 91 games. That's just in 236 at bats. So he's a free swinger.
Gutierrez has one at bat against Aaron Loup. It was the home run. Loup gets ahead with a fastball. Time is called, and Luke started his delivery and then shut it down. Gutierrez for the season batting .254 with 14 homers and 39 RBIs. Late on that fastball. Gutierrez batting .290 against lefty pitching with 12 of those 14 home runs.
So you know what he's got on his mind, extra base hits. Kevin Pillar in center field has his back up against the wall. He's going to try and cut off anything in the gaps. You were talking to him the other day. He says, I like to play deep here because there's a lot of room to cover.
1-2. Side. There are some unusual angles in the outfield, and I think that's why Pillar likes to play so deep. He's got a lot of room to cover. Some of those angles are angles you don't see in other ballparks. just off the plate.
I'm having trouble seeing that fastball. Those two got on him quickly before he even moved.
Gutierrez 5 for 26 as a pinch hitter. They use that platoon, and these guys have a lot of pinch hit at bats. Inside. Full count.
They might start the runner over there at first base now, just to take a shot.
Seager drew the 1-out walk. Good cut, foul back. We're in the 11th inning. The Blue Jays have gotten up R.A. Dickey to start the throw, and obviously they want him to have plenty of time to get loose as a starter. He'll need some extra time.
We caught him before the ball game throwing in the outfield, just in case he would come into this ball game.
Ball 4. So Luke walks 2 batters here in the 11th. He walked Seager and then walked the pinch hitter Gutierrez.
Well, that one hurts because he jumped ahead 0-2 and then lost him. Tried to paint that inside part of the plate with a fastball and just missed.
Well, the fortunate thing for Luke is he's got another lefty bat in Leonis Martin. The Mariners have a left-handed hitter on their bench, Daniel Vogelbach, and they have a right-handed hitter in Chris Iannetta. Iannetta is their 3rd catcher. So Luke got a visit from Martin in the infield. 1 out. Seager at second, Gutierrez at first. Now the infield and outfield have to play it straight up. The outfield has come in from their no doubles defense.
And you got Josh Donaldson in, expecting or respecting the bunt. There he is, staying close. And Leonis Martinez had a respectable .263 average against left-handed hitting, or excuse me, left-handed pitching this season,
including 5 home runs. 5 of his 15 home runs have come off lefties. Right now, he's just thinking about having a good at bat. Blue Jays would love to see a double play ball here. Oops ahead, 0-2.
Push Josh Donaldson back at regular position at third base. Anything on the ground, if you're an infielder here, you got to knock it down. Keep it in the infield.
The Blue Jays are 4-8 in extra inning games, while the Mariners are 7-7. Oh-2 pitch. Off the plate outside. Tough one to lay off of.
Boy, he is just missing, isn't he? With that fastball.
Breaking ball popped up and playable. Goins, the first baseman, into foul territory, makes the catch. And before Luke can get back to the mound, John Gibbons is out of the dugout. He's already made the call to the bullpen. It'll be Ryan Tepera to come in to face the right-handed hitting catcher, Mike Zunino. So the bullpen parade continues. Luke gets Martin. Tepera will face Zunino. To work here for the Blue Jays. We are in the 11th inning. This will be the 18th appearance for Tepera.
Ryan pitched in yesterday's ball game. He had an inning. He had a couple of strikeouts. He's also done a good job of inherited runners not scoring. 9 of his 11 inherited runners have been stranded this season by Tepera. Good fastball, little cutter, and now he's got to strand a couple more. There's the winning run out at second base. Gutierrez's run doesn't mean anything right now over at first base, and Mike Zunino will be the hitter.
Zunino entered the ball game defensively in the 9th inning, and in the 10th he struck out against Grilly. Two away. Seager, the runner at second. All the way back to the screen. Tepera throws one up against the backstop, and the winning run now is just 90 feet away.
We've been talking about how hard it is to hit. Sometimes it's hard to catch seeing the ball. This is a fastball away. You can see Russell, he had no chance on that thing. That ball all the way to the backstop. Again, the only run that matters is the guy now at third base.
Zunino with a 1-ball, no strike count. Martin made a nice grab on that one to the backhand. (3-0).
Well, what that wild pitch does, it puts a little extra pressure on the infielders that you have to be clean with everything. One little bobble and the ball game's over.
3-0. A 4-pitch walk. Ryan Tepera was the losing pitcher back in May, on May 11th in San Francisco in the 13th inning. He walked Buster Posey with the bases loaded. So now he's going to get a visit from the pitching coach.
Well, Blue Jays have walked the bases loaded again this inning. Aaron Loop had a couple of walks, and Ryan Tepera walked the first batter that he faced, and it looked like Russell Martin was having trouble picking that ball up too. That 3-0 pitch up and in. Looked like he saw it right at the last second. Watch this 3-0 pitch. He struggled with it a little bit. No place to put this guy.
Well, Freeman, he may have saved the game for the Mariners defensively in the 10th when he snared that line drive off the bat of Kevin Pillar. That was with a man at third. 2 outs, bases loaded. You knew he was going to be taking a pitch.
Yeah, after 4 misses to Zunino.
Freeman, this is just his 8th at bat of the season. Ground ball may have broken his back. Goins will flip to Tepera, and we will go to the 12th. Much to the delight of the Blue Jays fans here in Seattle. A 1-1 game.
And if you love the Blue Jays, enter the new contest from Bear. You could win one of 3 Blue Jays VIP weekends in 2017. Contest details and rules available at bluejays.com/bear contest. And speaking of aspirin, I think this is one of those games, guys. It's getting very intense for Blue Jays fans.
It's intense for everybody. It has been a terrific afternoon. The Blue Jays look like they were headed for a 1-0 defeat. That's Daniel Vogelbach taking over defensively at first. Bautista tied it up with 1 out in the 9th. That's where we stand, 1-1 as we start the 12th.
There have been more swings back and forth in this game.
Emotionally.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Back and forth. Loss, chance to win. Chance to lose. Got to stop right here. Back and forth.
Troy Tulowitzki. Nick Vincent inherited a first and second nobody out in the 11th. He struck out Bautista and then got a comebacker turned into a double play. 1-4-3 double play.
Tell you what, this guy comes in and throws strikes. Tops out about 90 miles an hour. But there's something about his delivery. The Blue Jays aren't picking up his fastball. Jose Bautista struck out, and then Russell hit into a double play, and Tulo missed that fastball.
Popped up on the right side of the infield. Cano calls for it. 1 away. They are underway back east, obviously, as we're approaching 5 o'clock here in the West. No score in Baltimore, top of the 3rd. Boston and Baltimore, game 3 of their 4-game series. New York has a 6-0 lead over Tampa Bay.
Gary Sanchez with another home run.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Number 18.
18 home runs. Wow. That one Upton Jr. came into the ballgame as a pinch runner. Well, Michael Saunders in the 10th. This is his first plate appearance. Well, Upton gave everybody a scouting report on Nick Vincent when he came into the game last night. Now he's got to put that scouting report to use. 1-1. Now it's 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes is the right count on.
Boy, would love to get him on base.
Upton.
He can win a game all by himself with his legs, stealing bases, taking extra bases. But it's 3
strikes him out.
3 tough pitches. Tell you, they're not seeing his fastball. It's about 90 miles an hour, and they're a little bit behind on that one.
2 away now. Ryan Goins dropped down a perfect sacrifice bunt in the 10th after Saunders had doubled at start the inning. Upton was running at second, and Goins did a terrific job of getting him over to third. Line drive over the shortstop's head. Goins is hurrying around second. He will stop as Heredia made a heck of a play to cut it off. So Goins delivers with 2 outs.
He made a heck of a play to cut it off and then stop on a dime and throw a strike to second base to hold Ryan to a single. Slices that pitch to left field. Look at the left fielder Heredia get over there, stop on a dime, fire all the way into second base. Good decision by Ryan Goins to hold on that one.
Good job by Heredia, who came into the game as a defensive replacement in the 8th. Kevin Pillar, one of the best at bats in this ball game in the 10th inning, but he had nothing to show for it as he hit a liner to the shortstop. Mike Freeman, just into the ball game as a defensive replacement, dove to his right and snared the line drive that was headed to the outfield.
What a pressure-packed at bat that was. Runner on third base, less than 2 outs. Neither batter or pitcher giving in. For the Mariners, starting to get loose.
Lar hits it high deep to right. Right fielder Gamble having a little trouble picking him up, but now he's got it and the inning is over. Blue Jays get a 2-out single, leave a base runner, and go to the bottom of the 12th. It's a 1-1 game. R.A. Dickey coming into this ball game. Picked up a win his last time out, and he threw the ball very well. 5 innings, no runs on 7 hits, walked 1 and struck out 5. That was against the Angels. And now he comes into this game in relief. It's his first relief appearance since July 21st, 2012. And that was his Cy Young year, his last year with the Mets.
Yeah, the significance of that was he won the Cy Young that year as the big starter, the best starter in the National League. His personal catcher trotted in from the dugout with him. R.A. We were told he was going to be available out of the bullpen today, just in case Aaron Sanchez got knocked out early or if they needed a long man. Well, here he is right here now in the 12th inning of a 1-1 game.
That relief appearance for Dickey in his Cy Young year was his only relief appearance of the season, and it came after 1 start after the All-Star break. And he is into this ball game now in a tie game. Heredia goes after, tries to bunt it up the first baseline. I love this move. I think, you know, Dickey can pitch the rest of the game. Josh Tolle in to catch him.
I think part of the equation that John Gibbons and his staff is thinking about is trust. Dickey's been here before. He is not going to get rattled in a tight ball game like this, and he's going to give the Mariners a different look. Knuckleball pitcher.
Ground ball. Donaldson coming in quickly from third, fires wide, hits the runner. Heredia is on his way to second, and he will get there as they get the ball back into the middle of the diamond. And the leadoff man ends up at second base.
Always got to think about speed in making the plays. Heredia with outstanding speed hustles down the line. Josh's throw is way off target. If it is on line, it's going to be an out. But it's into the runner, actually hits the runner, sends the ball down the line. So he will go to second base, and Donaldson's going to be charged with his 13th error.
So now Ben Gamble will face R.A. Dickey. He bunts it up the third base line, and it's foul. Crowley picks it up in foul ground. Dickey is making just his 4th relief appearance since 2010. He's been a starter, obviously, but this is an unusual situation. Extra innings. We're in the 12th. Gamble squares again, and the ball is down and in. Dickey's a terrific fielder. So he was breaking toward the third base line, and he and Donaldson have communicated about their coverage should Gamble bunt it up the third base line.
You got a pretty good fielder also at first base, and Ryan Goins into the ball game after the Blue Jays pinch ran.
Gamble squares early. Here comes Goins, and they bunt it to Goins. He goes to third. Donaldson puts the tag. Oh, the ball popped out of his glove. The third base umpire, Paul Nart, had called the runner out, and then the ball was kicked loose. Gibbons is going to come out and talk to the umpire.
Boy, what a play, first of all, by Goins to get over there barehanded and fired over there. That's what I was talking about. He's a great fielder. Throw beat him. It looked like he went down to tag him, but the ball popped out of his glove.
What a bang-bang play. Watch Goins make this terrific throw.
Bare hand, perfect throw. There's the tag, and the ball pops out. He gets back, straddles the bag, catches it, makes the tag, and it came out.
He was going to be out. The umpire, Paul Nart, calls him out and then sees the ball lying on the ground. I would think that would be a sacrifice bunt fielder's choice, and they try to get the runner at third. That is the case. Nobody out. Robinson Cano. Cano is 9 for 30 against Dickey, a .300 average. Blue Jays have committed the only 2 errors in this game. No, swings and misses.
Nasty. The outfielder, they've got to come in. They've got to position themselves on the line drive into the outfield. One, you catch the ball and hold that runner. Anything down on the grass and the ball game's over. So the outfield's got to come in. Infield in.
Bautista looking up into that bright sun in right. Cano hits it to left field. That's going to win it. Tagging at third is Heredia. Here's the throw to the plate, and the Mariners win it in 12. for the Blue Jays. That's their 8th walk-off loss of the season, and a tough loss here in Seattle after they tied it up in the 9th.
Well, we talked about it, how back and forth emotionally for both teams this afternoon that this game went. Blue Jays looked like they had lost it. Then it looked like they had a chance to win it. Mariners looked like they had a chance to lose it. And now they win it here in the 12th inning. Very emotional game for both of these teams. Blue Jays get walked off by the Mariners in a tough way.
Once again, the defense comes into play. They have now committed 16 errors in their last 19 games. A tough loss here in Seattle. We'll see you Friday night from the Rogers Center. Stay tuned. Here's Sportsnet Central. Jamie and Greg, take it away.